Welcome, everybody, to Hyper Delivery 2. No More Eris. This wonderful competitive Hades racing event is brought to us today by DragonSquad eSports. DragonSquad eSports is an esports organization based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, / Northern Kentucky, and expanding to Alabama this May. They run online Smash events, such as Coronal, which is a single Smash Ultimate event that happens bi-weekly. Double Dragon, which is a double Smash Ultimate tournament that happens bi-weekly. Curb Stomped, which is their annual Smash Ultimate single and doubles event. They've got some charity events going on. The Movement, which is a Black Lives Matter charity event, as well as Show Your Pride, which is an LGBTQ plus charity event. Any sub and or donation money we receive through Twitch and YouTube goes straight to the prize pot for our events. All money received through the exclamation mark GoFundMe goes straight to the prize pool, commentator pay, and artist pay. Wow. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the mods we're running today, Bright?
So the mods we're running today are a forced 3-sack, no Thanatos, no Barge, and it's forced Asterius in Elysium, and you also can't get Flurry Jab on first hammer for any spear. You can't get it on any spear, and you cannot play Eris.
Anything else?
That's a really good question. You tell me.
Well, we've also got our standards of no Than, no Bard, no Tiny Vermin, as well as forced 3-sack.
I said all those.
Did you? You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Don't gaslight me live on commentary.
No. So
it's a pleasure to be here.
yeah.
DragonSquad eSports, the only channel where you can commentate and be timed out in chat at the same time.
Exclamation mark fuck Timbo in chat. Today we've got some real lovely racers going up first. We've got good old Tunis and JDN. How you guys doing?
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
I'm good, just another tournament match facing another considered at the top or one of the top runners' first big tournament event. So yeah, just breaking in all the top guys. I'm just the boomer punching bag.
Yeah, both runners setting out to prove that you don't have to be young to go fast.
True.
Very true. Why don't we go on ahead and go into picks and bans? Believe high seed.
Do you want to
starts?
know what we're running?
Yeah, go on ahead and let us know your lineups, and we can get those weapons banned.
As the number 8 seed, I am going to bring Nemesis Sword, Haribo, Demfist, and pretty sure I'm the only one in the tournament that's going to mix it up and bring Lucifer.
You better do Soaker then, right?
We'll see how far
Soaker
behind
champion.
I am. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm bringing the usual lineup of Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, and Hestia.
All right.
It's a very unique lineup. I don't think we'll see it again.
Yeah, no, never heard.
haven't heard of those aspects. Yeah.
Yeah, very unique aspects. Very very cool to see someone bringing non-meta to the tournament. And JDN, what would you like to ban?
I'm banning this Hestia.
All right. And how about you, Tunis? What do you want to ban?
I'm banning Hera.
Damn you.
That's good.
The only well, but that's the only non-high roll RNG aspect I'm running. Best of luck to me. Okay. Whoops.
All right. And Mr. Production Man Timbo, that's hidden in the background, please turn on the screen share so we in Discord don't have to watch Twitch, and then we can dive into things. Have to hit him with the call-out post. He's old. It's easy for him to forget.
Hey,
Yeah.
there it is.
All right. And whenever both racers are ready, just set up on the pack screen and we'll get you counted in. Would
I guess we'll take the seeds first, right?
yeah, probably want to see.
Yeah, we don't take you just do as if you're qualifying, just randomize it,
Yeah,
right?
You randomize seed and then roll the seed for the filters.
So I wonder
Everyone
what
watch.
the
Make sure he
Nemesis
does it right.
players are seeding for. It's a mystery, really.
It's really a mystery.
It's
Dash
We
Nova.
did we decided on the world splitter.
I was just
First-
about to say it's
first
a world
match.
splitters. Truly a classic.
you got your classic flurry slash double edge supernova hammer.
Well, we can't do flurry jab starts on fucking spear, so we might as well just do flurry on sword then.
Exactly.
Flurry on
exactly.
everything else.
Flurry shot on bow, flurry fire
Yeah.
on rail. You know, Hestia really gets the benefit over from that +6 ammo.
Okay, are we doing chat audio?
Up to you guys. We'll probably just do both. But if you prefer a text countdown, it'll be in the hyper deliveries chat, or you can listen to the vocal countdown.
I'll be in chat.
Right.
So I'm gonna mute and deafen now. Good luck, Dennis.
I think I'll do the same. Good luck.
All right.
Are you
Well,
on the
then-
text countdown?
I'll do chat countdown. You can do the vocal one.
Okay. Okay. And I guess 3, 2, 1, and go. And they're
And they're off.
off.
Had to be said.
I've heard
Had
it
to
said
say.
they're off. You know, very surprising picks from both racers. Both picking
Yeah.
up double edge first room.
You know, it's very cool to see racers bring out non-meta aspects and go for some really undiscovered, untested builds.
Some really novel strats here.
Yeah, it's very cool to see. Obviously, we're going to be going with double edge on Nemesis. For those that don't know, it's just the best hammer by far. I'd argue in the game, but at the very least on sword, it's by far the best.
Speaking of, you know, novel strategies
Mm-hmm.
for you know, formerly thought of as solved weapons like Nemesis. When you talk about the mirror for Nemesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually Dark Foresight's considered, you know, the most busted mirror option.
Yeah, people tend to really like Dark Foresight. You know, just get those boons, and especially on a weapon that really wants more boons. Because the cool thing about Nemesis is, even if you think your build's online, there's a good like 3 to 4 more boons that you could get.
Right,
that you
right,
really
right,
want to
right.
see.
But like, so like, those chaos boons, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're on Olympian's favor,
Uh-huh.
there's a chance the chaos boons are like higher rarity. So I'm actually kind of curious to see if we'll see anyone running Olympian's favor on Nemesis first weapon at some point today.
I can think of one stinky
think of one
bastard
person.
man who
Some-
would be willing to do it.
A Seabird.
Yeah. We may see it from Museus as well, who did
True.
a nice show match showing off the alleged power. I still don't believe in it, personally. I'm deeply against it to my core, but you know.
Someone is picking up an epic Hunter Dash over Hunter's Mark. I'm not sure how
It's hard. Yeah.
It's a really hard decision to make.
That's because you want both. That will always be the problem of Nemesis, right? Is you want a lot out of you want a couple out of your Artemis. Finding Poseidon, which we kind of missed for Tunis, is definitely good. Having Poseidon in the pool is very, very nice. He's one of the supplemental gods that goes a really long way for Nemesis with hydraulic might.
Mhm.
But you just there's just so many boons that you want.
Yeah. And both these players are doing a pretty good job gameplay wise.
Oh,
Not
absolutely.
a lot of like wasted specials. You'll see a lot of like newer players you just special because it's part of your
Yeah.
habits. Tony's
And
picking up
that's-
a
Yeah.
blue dash strike anyway without Olympian's favor. Funny how that happens.
Maybe you don't need it. Who knows?
Maybe you don't need it. Hard to say.
I do have to point out that JDN did miss one of the bombers on with his Meg. I can't help myself. It has to be pointed out.
It is what it is.
And both runners picking up an Athena and Tartarus as well. JDN also has his Aphrodite already, which is definitely really nice. And we're probably going to see Tunis.
Picking
Ooh,
up
that's gross.
plus
That's
3 extra
gross.
dashes at the end of Tartarus.
That's very gross.
Already one room ahead, heading into Furious. JDN not getting any help from this 12 witches room.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's especially on a weapon like Nemesis, where you're gonna be doing a lot of chasing down the witches. Like witches are bad enough as is, but melee weapons especially, I feel like really hate them. And we see the Furies just get absolutely melted by Tunis as he's off and away to Asphodel.
Yeah, picking up that extra dash, like those extra dashes right before Furious, really helps with phasing them. Although JDN's not really struggling too much with it.
No, I definitely wouldn't call JDN weak right now. It'll definitely be interesting to see as the builds fill out a little bit more who ends up coming out a bit more ahead. But
I think it'll really come down to when JDN finds that first Hermes.
Yeah, absolutely, and what he can get out of it. But God, plus dashes are just so huge with double edge because it increases your dash strike damage. Getting to do that more, especially when you're critting, and especially when you have a dash strike chaos cooking, it's definitely a very big deal.
And Tona's heading into his second Hermes before JDN finds his first.
That's
hey,
oh well,
speaking
there
of
he
which.
goes. Yeah, definitely tragic. Hermes plays a really big part. It'll be a bit of a heartbreaker if JDN has to settle for like a hyper sprint here or something of the sort. Yeah, even just like +1 dash is definitely painful to see because it's just not +3.
I know there's some racers who actually prefer the +1. Hey,
yeah,
hyper sprint. But
I think if you're less experienced with Nemesis, +1, +2 are a lot comfier.
+3 is for epic gamers who have full lots of experience with the blade.
Yeah, the weapon definitely does start to feel slippery with +3 if you're not super used to it, I will say.
You put in one too many attack inputs, suddenly you're doing your base sword combo.
Yeah. I'm kind of holding my breath a little bit to see if Tunis full-on gamer modes it, gets a Eurydice here, and goes for the gamble to get +4 dashes. Because that's peak gaming.
That would be beautiful.
Only 3 witches hit as one of the pioneers of the witch tech, one of the people really in the lab.
JDN high rolling that Aphrodite. Can't really say who was wrong. But very unlucky having to pick up life affirmation. Not what you want to see.
Weak duration is like the only other Aphrodite boon you really want to see after your special. Sweet Surrender is also like pretty good. Just an extra.
Sweet Surrender's nice. The one thing about Sweet Surrender is it does open up the Aphrodite legendary. Which
that is true.
Is effectively cutting your chances at getting Heartrend in half.
Definitely, but an extra Aphrodite picked up, and there's Heartrend for Tunis.
Oh, Lord, as he's gross.
Yeah, he's entering learning right now as JDN's finishing up his power couples. He's only 2 chambers behind by number, but I think we're going to see this gap increase. And hey, speaking of the devil, there's the Sweet Surrender.
There's Sweet Surrender. JDN reeling from getting punished, high rolling that first Aphrodite, does not even decide to roll the second one. I'm guessing he's saving the rolls for there's like that boon, right? Like the combination of hyper sprint and rush delivery.
Yeah, I do hear that's kind of good. If you were to put them on a tier, I have heard from respectable sources such as Dong Zero that combination is top tier, even.
Top tier, and maybe even the best combo in the game.
Maybe, just maybe. And Lerny absolutely demolished by Tunis. Good lord. This old man sure is going fast.
He sure is going fast. He's kind of on a blazing pace for first weapon.
He's picking up Zeus for a 5-god pool. I'm interested to see where what sauce he's got cooked up here.
So I've actually talked to Tonus about this one, and he just doesn't think Dad Call is very valuable on weapons like Nemesis or Zagbo, where you're just critting like once or twice.
Yeah.
Right. Instead, something like Smoldering Air really helps bolster your like boss damage. Not that I think he'll need it at this point. It kind of makes sense just because Dad Call is also going to be additive with the Hunter Dash and the Dash Strike Chaos Boon that he has.
Yeah, that's fair. It definitely makes sense. In the route, we have Dad Call, and the only real use of it is to, like, clean up mistakes, or to, like, ensure that you get through the phase 2 of Dad.
That makes sense.
Quicker, but, like, that's all it's used for, really.
Just to go back to that ASFO end shot for JDN. JDN, Mr. Big Spender. You'll often hear him say the phrase on his stream, "Why did I just buy that?" Which is a question that I'm wondering a little bit too. Buying Blood Frenzy and another palm for his Aphrodite special and end shot.
Yeah. Ooh, that's billowing picked up too. That's just even
Pretty
more
cool.
global damage added on. We're really seeing the full extent of just how global can your damage really be.
Because we didn't have enough damage already.
Yeah, no, I mean he's struggling. Look how slow this Asterius is taking him.
True, that wouldn't have anything to do with any misses.
No, not at all.
But cleaning up Asterius pretty quickly, that's like 5 volleys of dashes. Not too bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely reasonable. All right, we definitely do a lot of damage. It's a bit of an okay second hammer.
JDN,
Yeah, not great.
That's a real butt clencher of a second hammer. A classic sword hammer where 2 of the options completely ruin your build, and one option just does not end
Does
you.
nothing for your build.
Does absolutely nothing, but at least does not send you back to the courtyard.
Yeah, that's fair. For those of you curious why Cruel Thrust does nothing for your build, you read it and you see it's a bonus to thrust attacks. That sounds good, right? Well, you see, that thrust isn't the dash strike. Ooh, there's Patty picked up for Tunis as
Both
well.
racers.
Oh,
Both
yeah,
racers
yeah.
heading into Patty at the same time, 2 chambers apart though.
I will say for the build differential that we've got going on. Oh my god, Tunis is cheating.
God.
Never mind. I hate this guy.
Tonus is hacking into the game.
For the build differential, I was gonna say they're only 1 chamber apart, but Tunis just had to go in.
Tonus getting a beautiful room with these armored witches as JDN.
Yeah, no, this is
finishing
bit
off
of a
Minotaur.
Bit of a dream. 34 would have helped for more armored witches on the second wave, but even still, armored great shields are good to see. That armored bow was like not great, but who cares because he's already done with it in like 2 waves.
And that was really Tonus saying, I don't need any more damage. It's a small thing, but he picks the palm, or picks the heart over the palm.
Yeah,
just gets 1 more menu out of the way, and he's entering heroes at 11 minutes.
Ooh, yes, yeah. We get to see one of the fastest heroes in the game if he can pull it off. Some normal attacking going on, but still very quick. Double-edged Nemesis with the nuts, and also like Hunter's Mark being included in that is whoo boy.
I want to bring it back to that Aphrodite boon that JDN picked up from Mid-Boss, because that sweet surrender pick is coming back to haunt him. Getting offered unhealthy fixation, having to settle for Passion Dash.
Ugh. It's not looking very good for our hero JDN, but
yeah, and Passion Dash is one of those boons which isn't bad by any means. It's not a boon that like you really take when you seed for double edge. Usually when you seed for double edge, you're hoping for Hunter Dash. That's it. If you're running, unseeded Nemesis, it's one of those things you can settle for.
Oh, absolutely. It's you're able to cope with it a lot better, but if you know you're getting double edge, you really want to see that Hunter Dash. Even though we've kind of found the rarity of Hunter Dash doesn't really matter, just having it is enough of an increase for it to really hammer home and shear up your damage that extra bit more. Snakestone for the first Styx mini boss for Tunis. I'm gonna keep it butchering his name. You guys will just have to forgive me. I've known him for a little too long as Tunis. But yeah, Snakestone, not the best but also not the worst. I think Giant Rat is the worst we can see with this
I'd
mod
be very
pack.
surprised to see anything worse than that. JDN freely giving up the second of his 3 DDs.
Health
Rocking
dice
Blood
is
Frenzy.
the as we call
Health
them in the
dice.
game.
Yes.
But he does turn on Blood Frenzy, so extra
Does turn on
damage.
Blood Frenzy, gets a little bit of extra damage for the end of this 34.
34.
Honestly, not looking like a terrible 34. Chariots,
Yeah,
armored
Bridge
enemies.
Tile doesn't help, I will say, but the enemy mix wasn't abysmal, at least, so that definitely helps.
Oh, picking up Heartrend right before Heroes. Huge pickup.
I actually managed to get there. That's definitely very nice to see. Isn't Heartrend like the only multiplicative boon in the game?
Depends on if you count Mirage Shot, I guess.
No.
No.
Well. I don't really count Mirage Shot, but I guess it is technically multiplicative.
JDN making full use of the sandwich and the centaur heart that he picked up from that job.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. This is kind of the terrifying thing about Nemesis. Ooh. He almost gave up there. But this is the terrifying thing about Nemesis is it's a very good weapon and it can go very fast if things go well. But
and sometimes you get none of the things you want.
It also just like seeding for double edge just isn't enough. It helps.
Yeah.
Especially in a situation where, neither racers are seeding for it, and if one of them gets it on chamber like 4 and the other doesn't see it at all, it definitely helps that scenario. But the weapon just needs so much to really pop off.
And really, what we're seeing here is one racer getting everything that you want for Nemesis. The +3 dashes, Hunter Dash, Hunter's Mart, and the other racer ending up with Hyper Sprint. Which is
I will note a bit of an inefficiency on Tonus's part. It's actually better to leave the enemies alive if you have Hunter's Mark and Dad. Especially if it's something like Chariots or Skulls. Just anything that can get you a lot of Hunter's Mark procs. For the same reason that it's really good on the heroes. It actually significantly speeds up the fight. But it doesn't really matter if you just have so much damage and are able to get out like a bandit at 1531 on your first weapon.
That's absolutely huge. On a forced 3 sec.
Yeah.
Basically a picture-perfect Nemesis run.
Oh, absolutely. I think like Hydraulic Might was the only thing he was missing, but I mean, who cares?
Who cares?
You can nitpick it all you want. It doesn't matter as long as you get out. God, even sub 16 is still pretty impressive to me on a forced 3 sec. I don't know how these new whippersnappers do it. Which I will say,
Tonus a new whippersnapper.
Yeah, he has been around for a while, but he's fairly new to the RTA scene, isn't he? Like relative.
That's fair. Just joined, snatched up all the world records.
It reminds me of another certain former IGT player that just popped onto the RTA scene and just ruined everyone's day by getting all of the world records and threatening a Vareem. He gets there in the end, but he's still not happy about having to use all of his rolls at the very start, I will say.
Absolutely mugged by Poseidon in the first chamber. Finding a chaos in chamber 3 though. I know Tonus recently has felt a little lost on Beowulf. He does not like this weapon. Role management on Beo is a little bit weird because realistically you should find Mirage Shot pretty easily. In practice, you don't usually. Doesn't have the roll for anything though. Finds cast damage from that first offering. Meanwhile, JDN heading into the 3rd Styx chamber, hopefully gonna get enough money to buy this big Hermes boon.
Yeah, definitely. Another chance at hyper delivery will definitely help speed up his dad fight a considerable amount because that combo is just so good.
Really getting the full value out of this side hustle.
For sure. One of the few times I'll say side hustle was the correct choice, even though he could have never known. God, I personally am a huge side hustle hater. Does he get there? Does he get the boon? He does get there on the boon. Let's see.
And it's epic rush delivery.
We
There
got
we go.
epic rush delivery. Okay, so
At least he's not going to be crying through the dad fight.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely help. I am a little afraid. I will say one potential downside, which we have seen in the past of a 3 weapons format, is it can be really snowbally. So I'm a little afraid. We do see a bit of a snowball effect happening as Tunis is on his second weapon halfway through Tartarus, and JDN is entering the dad fight, right?
Putting the third palm into his cast already has the makings of a very good build.
About 3, and I'm like happy in Tartarus personally. Obviously more is better, but if I can squeak out of Tartarus with 3 palms in my Flood Flare, I'm pretty happy.
Being said, we have seen some huge swings in
that is very true
like this in the past. For
that is
example,
very true.
Like the Hermes Cup finals, the all weapons between Ananke and Danko. There's some potential for swings in these type of things.
Oh, definitely. And I think because of the potential of snowballing, it makes it even more that much more hype when the racer's able to pull back, just claw their way back from like a bio behind, and make it a super tight race.
That being
JD
said,
at risk of penalty box.
At risk of a penalty box. He's really got to get rid of this boiling blood. Finds his way into the center of the dad circle.
Shoutouts to Musea7 for all the mods, and I believe he was so bold as to offer $50 per penalty box. Very generous of him.
Oh, Bonus picking up charge shot. And the rich get richer.
And suddenly our Beowulf is now a gun. Another chaos here too. It is a Chamber 12 chaos, so he's probably not going to go for it. But
yeah, my guess is he doesn't go for it.
2 natural chaoses in Tartarus, which is kind of gross. Just a little gross. Oh,
finding a natural Artemis in the end shot. This is
as one does.
Everything
Yeah,
you want.
It's level 4, and bit of a cheater. Gotta say it.
So the interesting thing about Beowulf is that you have a lot of different options to scale, and sometimes the weapon feels inconsistent because you can just hit none of those options, like just low roll completely.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, Tonus is hitting every single high roll. He got charge shot. He's got natural Artemis. He's got cast damage from chaos.
I will say charge shot does help with this, but in this situation with only one roll entering Asphodel without Mirage Shot yet, I'm personally a little worried. I'm a little nervous that I will get owned. Because I've been in the situation.
We've been there. I've had 6 rolls before heading into Mirage Shot. And sometimes Artemis just does not cough up the boon.
Sometimes you just feel like an asshole, egg all over your face as you have seen like 3 Artemises, have no rerolls, and enter Lerny without Mirage Shot. It's just there's just nothing you can do about it, and it's a scary situation. But
that being said, I'm not sure he's going to be hurting for damage at all.
No. I will say I do like Jadian's chances of closing some of the gap if he can start to pop off with ME here. I think in a situation where you're behind, taking the risk on ME is a fairly good choice. It can completely ruin you, but it can also close like biome long gaps because of just how
one of your biggest potentials to swing.
Absolutely.
Interesting that he doesn't pick up the electric shot there. I know recently a lot of fist runners have really liked picking up electric shot early, just for those nightmare Tartarus chambers where there's like 10 numbskulls and you have short T-Rex arms.
Definitely I will say a smart choice not to buy the bag there. I would be tempted by it, but realized that would have completely filled his boon pool in Tartarus, and that really is a nightmare scenario for something like Nemesis.
Merciful End.
Or Merciful End. Forgive me, but he does get to skip through Tartarus a fair bit. There's Mirage Shot picked up for Tunis, which is definitely good. He'll have it for Lerny with charge shot, so he'll make quick work of that. But JDN hop skipping and jumping his way through Tartarus, I will say.
And this is one of those chambers where electric shot really could do some work.
Oh yeah,
you see
absolutely.
all these unarmored numbskulls, unarmored witches, and the Zeus Call isn't really going to get that much value until later in a run. One of the large weaknesses of running a Merciful End build in the middle of a lineup is you often have to settle for common Curse of Agony since you run God's Legacy, unless you're an Anke, in which case you run God's Pride, and then
and are absolutely insane.
Yes.
Will say
you will
Common
say.
Greater Delivery picked up for
Common
Tunis.
Greater Delivery. You know the name of the tournament.
It's still Hyper Delivery, but it sure is greater, I will say.
The gamer move is getting Greater Delivery, and then in Styx End Shop, you can actually pick up the Hyper Sprint to complete your Hyper Delivery.
That is true. We'll see if he's able to pull it out. And Tunis entering Learning. We've got about a biome gap. It's definitely scary, but again, I wouldn't count Emmy out just yet. Despite how quick Tunis is gonna be churning through these bosses, but God, Merciful End can just go so fast sometimes.
Sometimes. Remains to be seen if this is one of those times. What we'd really be wanting to see is like a Athena and End Shop here for JDN.
Yeah,
would be
definitely.
perfectly ideal.
And yep, there's Lerny done in a single burst, just completely shit on.
Getting that nice blood flare graphical glitch.
JDN just opened up Vengeful
opening
Mood.
up only the best of duos. Vengeful Mood.
Oh God, the cheater well coming in for Tunis. Picks up the hourglass, checks the well. It's a Prometheus zone and a Braid of Atlas. He's all right.
Absolutely ideal.
I hate the stinky old man.
He's routing in real time.
It's disgusting. We may have to DQ him if we start to see some caster summons before rooms.
Sudden charge shot. Basically, perfectly ideal hammers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's some people that hate it, but God, it's just so good. I'm such a proponent for it.
So I know you're not a big well checker, but one thing about the hourglass is, you check one well and there's your value, right?
Yeah,
ideally.
That's fair. Early Patty coming through.
Finding early Patty, sudden charge shot. You take
Big
that
jerky
every single time.
Big
Is it correct?
jerky. Probably, I'd say. Extra Poseidon. He doesn't have his wave pounding yet, I don't believe. So that could be a good pickup.
This build can still scale more, believe it or not.
Good Lord. Basically one cycle
we
of Mysterious.
We haven't reached the peak yet.
God. Didn't even have to Meg for it. Just absolutely butt blasted him into oblivion.
Finishing Chamber 31 at 435 is quite something on a modded game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Still no Athena up until now, and he isn't guaranteed the special. Has to roll for it. Gets there in the end.
Classic Divine Strike replacement offer from any Merciful End Fist Runner will tell you that's the worst nightmare. You get offered no core boons. Athena just wants to give you anything but the special. Picking up
Good
Merciful
Lord.
End though, and
gets a special into Merciful End into an Athena.
Into an Athena Mid-Boss.
Could just be fully online in the sequence of like 3 chambers, which is definitely ideal.
That's kind of the thing with Merciful End, right? Like your run can be absolutely terrible, and then suddenly you walk into two good chambers and you're online. Getting failing shot offered, failing shot offered again, and failing shot offered again. That is possibly the most unfortunate sequence of events. It's just an emotional roller coaster when you play.
But hey, he gets the consolation fountain. I will say
the consolation fountain. Palms the Divine Flourish.
Maybe controversial. You've been really big on palming your revenge boons lately, haven't you? And it was offered.
Palming revenge boons is absolutely fantastic, especially since he has Vengeful Mood online.
That is true.
I will say, so there's like 5 boons in the game that get 80% scaling on first palm, and they're all revenge boons except Passion Dash.
That's crazy.
Every other boon gets like 60% scaling. It's amazing.
Also, Hunter's Mark picked up as he's entering the heroes fight.
Yeah, sometimes you just get to see those really, really sick chains of Hunter's Mark with the cast. And I think we saw one of those there with the 1K cast crit.
Bit gross. Was that JDN's first Hermes?
I believe so, yeah.
That's Hyper Sprint's definitely good to see, especially if you don't see the plus dashes. Typically, I think plus dashes are considered the more optimal choice. But I will say hyper delivery, if you can get there, is a very nice consolation prize, especially if you're just not offered plus dashes at all.
Yeah,
But
Julian chat pointing out we didn't think Tonus could go any faster, and here he is going faster than even his Nemesis run on his second weapon.
yeah, I I said it when we picked up Charge Shot, and it's just gotten even more true. Tunis is holding a gun now. He's not. It's no longer a shield. This is just a gun.
we're playing Hestia.
Yeah, pretty much.
It is Hestia with AoE. So this isn't a bad run for JDN by any means. Exiting Larny at a fairly respectable time. Unfortunately, it's not in a vacuum, right? And he's running against a Tonus who had everything that he wanted from a Beowulf run.
Yeah, I will say there's always the slight fear that you do get owned on Beowulf, but I think the potential of not getting owned is what lends to the perceived consistency of Beowulf, right?
Right.
Like, it's a lot less likely that you'll get owned than you'll get completely shut out of Beowulf. There is hyper delivery that will help. I think I'm just coping for JDN at this point, if I'm being honest with myself in the world.
The thing with Beowulf is like when a run goes right, it goes so right, and then when it goes wrong, it goes like horribly, awfully wrong, and nothing's right, and you do no damage, and you have like a level 2 common cast walking into dad.
I will say I am a proponent. I will die a proponent for Dio Bayo because there's a lot more time that the run could go right, you know? Like,
because your run's slower overall?
A longer span of time to find what you absolutely need. Because, like, the big mark for a good Flood Flare run, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is having your Mirage Shot before Lerny, right? But, as long as you find that plus cast in a decent amount of time, you have all the way up until Styx for your build to come online with Dio Bayo.
It sounds like a cope.
Oh, but it's so fun.
I can't lie, it's quite fun. And I'd be surprised if we don't see JDN try to fill the cast slot here. After having been burned by Athena. Oh wait, this isn't Athena. Never mind. Picks up the dash, moves on with his life. Dash. Gets there.
Halfway through Elysium, but it is better than like finding the dash in Styx. He is allowed to go full on, turn off the brain mode, really get value out of his hyper delivery.
Better than never picking up the dash.
That is true. But unfortunately, we're like a full biome and a half of a gap at this point.
Yeah.
Gonna have to see some really nutty stuff start to happen between now and the end of Tunis's third weapon.
Tonus somehow widening the gap on the second weapon here. It's because he cheats. On like a very, very solid Merciful End Fist run for JDN.
I think your Merciful End run can be solid, but if the Beowulf run you're running against, who started with the lead, is beyond solid after a beyond solid Nemesis run, it's so hard. The game becomes so much harder.
I will just point out that's 2 back-to-back. That is a sub 15 run on on all 3 sacks.
With a 3 sack. God. So gross. So gross.
Absolutely disgusting.
God, poor JDN. This definitely isn't a fun tile to have witches on as a melee weapon. You're definitely not excited for it.
I think he's still got the muscle memory from not having Divine Dash.
Yeah.
Doing that dash strike, dash upper combo that you usually see.
Maybe he's trying to squeak out value of explosive upper.
That would make sense.
But I don't think it's enough value. Ooh,
hey,
34 skip is nice.
Is nice.
And we're on to Haribo. I will say, chat get excited to see a lot of Beowulf into Hera, or Hera into Beowulf gaming today. It's very likely we'll see a lot of it.
I hope you're excited, because I sure am. Aren't you?
Yeah. I'm interested to see if any racers end up banning either of the weapon, honestly.
Oh, finding a natural Denver,
That's-
rolling once for
yeah.
Snover's. Does not find it, but finds
Rare
the
crop,
rare crop
but,
instead. Very respectable.
Definitely early enough and with only one boon that you definitely take the rare crop there. I mean, heroic Afrocast is kind of gross. Into a natural Artie as well. Good lord. There's no end to this man's in real time routing. The word I was looking for.
Unabashedly cheating on the big screen.
Just doing it blatantly.
And he has an opportunity, even if he doesn't find Poseidon in this Tartarus, he has an opportunity to force the optimal god pool for a Haribo build.
Oh
Why did I say
my
anything?
god.
Why did I say anything?
Oh
Tone is
my
picking up Poseidon from the mid shop.
Threatening
Possibly.
to just raw dog a Mirage shot here. Rolls?
Rolling ones. Not finding
Rolling
Mirage
twice?
shot, still finding.
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Got
picking up
exit
exit
wounds.
wounds.
That's a good find. Oh my god, he's cheating. Like,
He's
did
cheating.
anyone inspect his game files before before we
Getting
started
punished
this?
for high rolling that, but can you really say you got punished if you have everything you need before Chamber 8?
I'm feeling a flurry shot here. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling full on cheater mode in my bones right about now.
Not a very spicy explosive shot Hera run.
It could happen. You never know. But maybe we'll see Twin. I feel like it'll be one of the really good attack boons. Hey,
there's Twin.
What do you know?
You know, honestly, there's an argument for that trial there, I think.
Yeah, there is.
When you get screwed on an Artemis mini-boss, I use screwed in the least serious sense, since Tonus has just about his dream build. You know, and you have to pick up one of the prereqs for fully loaded. You might consider trying to pick up another one.
Yeah. I will say the argument against it is you'll never see Mirage Shot there, so you may as well just not bother. There are still really good Artemis boons you can get out of it.
Oh my god, and that's a 12 chaos.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know. What do you think? Plus cast or cast damage? Which are we seeing?
I'm feeling a nice what do you think, like 50% cast damage? Oh no, only a dash
Okay.
strike.
Yeah, only a dash strike with Twin. No big deal.
Doesn't really look at the curse there. Just taking that short dash range.
Sweet Nectar picked up nice and early for his soon-to-be heroic Afrocast.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. The only palm he finds in Tartarus goes into his exit wounds.
Yeah,
you're crying a little bit in the club, but
Sweet Nectar does help to make up for it if you can find your cast in
hopefully
the
that
menu.
helps to shore things out. And the nice thing about Crush, one of the nice things, but also very cursed things about Crush Shot is that it doesn't scale like at all with rarity. I think it gets like 10 damage per rarity level. So heroic actually isn't going to make the biggest difference for him until he can get some palms into this thing.
Yeah, palms are definitely what you want to see a lot more over the rarity. I mean, you're never going to complain about that extra little bump, but
meanwhile,
I will say,
JDN finishing at a very normal fist time, right?
Very reasonable fist time comparatively.
Very reasonable fist time. I will say this isn't. Sometimes you get the things you need, and the guy on the other side just gets more of the things they need.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides of a race. And again, it was one of the downsides of spoke to of multi-weapon. It can be very good, can be very hype, very close. It can also be very snowball. It's like most things in this game, it's just a coin flip. As
we're hearing reports, JDN is no longer playing around. This is no longer a game. JDN is bringing out the big guns. He's playing Soaker third weapon.
Ooh, that is exciting. That will be exciting to see. We've seen the blistering pace of Soaker. I think it can close a 2 biome gap, personally. Dude, when Soaker gets fully online, that thing is nuts. Come on.
That thing is quite strong. Once it gets fully online.
And, you know, sometimes you're not fully online until, like, sticks. But, you know.
when it gets fully online.
But when it goes.
Does do some damage.
Boy, howdy does that thing go. We're going to see nice standard 4-Witch Meg coming out for Tunis. He's in a Poseidon room. Hopefully gonna see his Mirage shot. Like Snowburst doesn't get it. Fills out the special slot. Snowburst is like the only big thing that he's missing outside of Mirage shot. But he did have Demeter in the pool, so that definitely, helps.
Yeah, his build has a lot of opportunities to get damage. He just hasn't really gotten any of those yet. Like any of the major Hera scaling
Yeah.
Opportunities, but
Does have a couple of palms. Like 3, I guess at the end of Asphodel, it's not great. I was about to say 3 in Asphodel isn't like end of the world. Heartrend picked up for
he's doing that Dio Bayo thing where you just run around and pick up duo boons for fun.
It's so fun. You just stumble into them. Looking like a... Yep, there's the Lucifer. He put on the thick skin. FO1. He's going for... I will say, it's been interesting to see the Lucifer meta develop over time. There was a time where we thought FO0 and going for Triple Beam. Oh, yeah, he's going
Triple
Soaker.
Beam over Triple Bomb.
That's controversial for
really
Lucifer, but I guess if you're going Soaker...
It is Soaker. We are following Soaker rules.
Ooh.
JDN, a devotee, has to pass up the arguably the best hammer on Lucifer, Triple Bomb, for Triple Beam, which is by no means a bad hammer, but
I
JDN,
would like just really quickly want to point out, to go with his exit wounds, that Tunis did pick up a rare quick reload, which is very nice for bossing on Hera. Like he's able to get away with just full blowing his load into Lerny. And then the stones will just always pop out while he's phasing. It's kind of gross.
Yeah. JDN picking up an epic Tempest Strike. It does not matter. Tempest Strike is not how you do damage on Super Soaker. What we're really hoping for is an early Zeus.
Yeah, we're hoping for the Sea Storm. We're hoping for the we want wave pounding. We want
rolling over a breaking wave. Rolling twice and finding Tidal Dash.
Yeah, Tidal Dash helps. That was an epic wave pounding down at the bottom, which is, I mean, if you're going Poseidon attack, it is nice to have for the boss damage, I will say.
It does something. Tidal Dash probably does a little bit more.
Ooh.
JDN does not have reload.
Rebinding his reload.
Rebinding his reload mid Soaker run. You'll love
as one does.
I don't know about that palm. So Tempest Strike, for those of you who don't know, Tempest Strike has some of the worst palm scaling in the game. For whatever reason, the developer said Tempest Strike just shouldn't do damage. For reference, to get to plus 100% on a common Tempest Strike, you need roughly 15 palms. In the meantime, Tidal Dash is sitting nice and pretty at level 1.
Sorry, that number registered in my head just a little late. They were just afraid of the raw power of Soaker. I think they tried it in playtesting when they were getting ready for Lucifer's release, and they thought, wow, this is just way too strong. We can't let this be the absolute meta for Rail.
Finally getting a palm into that Tidal Dash. Why not?
Yeah, I feel like he would have felt like a quitter if he just started palming Tidal Dash out the ass. Because I mean,
that's fair. It's against the spirit of the game.
That's not the Soaker part, You're just bumping them in to walls and stuff, and that's cool. You're doing damage with your dash, but that's good. That's not Super Soaker. That's not what the soaking lifestyle is all about.
And JDN may not be going fast, but he's having fun.
I think he's having the most fun out of any racer. May even have today, if we're being honest.
Yes. There aren't many victories to be had. This is one of them. Playing Soaker on the big stage.
Absolutely. I will... Chamber 30 Mirage shot. He finally gets there. Into a fountain. Kind of hate this guy, for being honest. Into Patty. Yeah, no. Fuck this guy, honestly. I will say we do have a bit of an interesting storyline cooking for the bracket with the first and second seed. Ananke, the newly established, sort of one of the top dogs of RTA, and Tunis, one of the most recently established, absolutely cracked out of their mind IGT player turned RTA player. So it'll be interesting to see when they end up meeting in bracket. what
It's
ends up
funny because I
happening.
remember when Tonus first started getting into RTA like 3 or 4 months ago, and he was just like, I don't really get it. Just slapping down like 55 minute times, and then all of a sudden he just decided he was good at RTA and took every world record. And that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, he really pulled a Musaeus, where one day he just woke up and decided he wasn't bad anymore.
Yep.
What? I wonder if JDN's having like controller problems or controller cable problems with these random pauses we keep seeing happen.
Who knows?
Ugh. I will say, painful 34 for Tunis. The lead, doesn't make it matter.
You know what? He deserves it.
He does deserve it. I'm happy to see it. Entering Elysium in shop. Picks up the Rabwell. No rolls to look for Snowburst, but I'm gonna be honest, as much as I love Snowburst, I don't think he needs it anymore.
That's very uncharacteristic of Tonus, actually. I know he's a big proponent of in contrast to JDN, he hates spending money. Tonus does not believe in spending money in shops. Buying both things in the shop is very, very uncharacteristic for him.
It's definitely pretty spicy. His cast is level 5, which isn't ideal, but also it's that middle ground where it's not what you want, but you're not heartbroken about it. You know what I mean?
You're not heartbroken, especially not with a Mirage shot.
No.
You're not really hurting for damage. Twin explosive. You've got some things going on. Puts on the hourglass, immediately finds a Prometheus stone, because why not?
Yeah, I mean, as one does. 12-minute Elysium exit, as one does.
As one does.
Really bring in the speed.
Meanwhile, JDN looking to get Seastorm online with this Zeus pickup.
I will say it'll fill out his last open core slot, which will definitely help his odds.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of interesting because, in the past for for the development of the Super Soaker meta, you used to take Electric Shot. JDN prefers Zeus's aid now just because it opens up Double Strike.
Ooh, that is true.
Rolling for it is a little bit interesting, especially considering you have 0 rolls left. With God's Legacy, you hope you don't get punished. That is a painful Poseidon to pass up.
Yeah.
No gold pots. Cannot buy the Sea Storm in shop that is just waiting behind that Poseidon door.
I'm still curious to see if we'll ever see the day where one racer feels so far ahead that they take the money bag from Charon and go on into the fight. Because I mean, loyalty cards what, like a 50% discount? It's pretty good.
It's like 20%. It's like an Ocean's Bounty.
That's like pretty good.
It's pretty sad.
That's like pretty good.
JDN choosing not to take the Zeus mini boss, which is kind of interesting since it gives him the rarity bonus on the keepsake. Not really sure why. Maybe there's just more things he's looking for from Poseidon.
Yeah. There's Breaking Wave. There's Wave Pounding. There's still a lot of good Poseidon boons to be had. Typhoon's Fury is like
Fury.
Yeah. It's the Kmart version of Breaking Wave, so you do take it.
Tonus picking up yet another Prometheus stone.
Yeah, he's got 3 of them just hanging out.
Where the hell is he finding all these Prometheus stones?
Well, in Wells, obviously. It's a very reasonable ask for one to have 6 casts going into Dad.
Satan, that's absolutely ridiculous. You think the wells of Charon sell Prometheus stones? I, for one, have never seen one, especially not when playing a cast weapon.
I think you may need to get some coaching from Tunis on how to find him, because he seems to just be like a bloodhound for the Prometheus stones.
Cannot carry all of these stones.
Much like my ability to sniff out a barge, Tunis's ability is much more useful, and he's able to sniff out a Prometheus stone in a while.
And sometimes you just double the amount of casts you have and sticks. Who needs fully loaded when you just put on the hourglass and pick up 3 Prometheus stones?
Who needs Dio Bayo when you can instant phase Hades as Haribo, is what I always say.
You have fully loaded, quick reload, and exit wounds. This is just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm not even sure if the exit wounds is doing anything at this point. He's just
I will say, he is getting a little owned with these dad phases for his final time. With the dad hitting him with the frame 1 darkness twice. Definitely sad to see.
super elite archers that just, they are not archers. They wield machine guns and they just keep shooting you.
It's about
Jesus
like
Christ,
getting
look at
shine
those
out of
MP1
shielded by
procs.
Fox for you melee players, where it's just
A little
you
bit.
just never want to see it.
And finishing with a sub 48 time for the first race of hyper delivery.
9 sacks total, sub 48 anyway. He just doesn't care. That's better than his qualifying time, I think.
That is
like
a little
fairly
bit
certain.
better than his qualifying time, I believe.
That's so gross. Good lord.
It's
What
absolutely disgusting.
a strong start. This is like first big racing event too, isn't it?
Yep. This is Tonus'
lord.
first racing event. He was very, very nervous coming into this race. Had no reason to be.
Yeah, I will shoutouts to Tonus for the insane performance, but I would also like to request that maybe we throw his game files on over to Museus to take a look. I'm not certain of the legality of the RNG throughout this whole run, but you know. Shoutouts to JDN picking up a nice what's the word? Blood price.
You might want to mute
blood
my
price.
my stream, but figured we could get while I finish up.
What's up, JDN?
How you
out
doing,
of the
buddy?
way so we don't hold up time, because this might be a while.
Are you at least having fun? You are playing Soaker, but
I am soaking. After I got past the fresh file run that we did at the start there, I'm doing a lot better now.
that's good. That's good.
I will say, no matter if I had the godlike run, there's no way I was beating what he just got. So
Yeah, that run was insane by all accounts, but I don't think that people would mind watching a soaker.
No, this is the people Super Soaker run, honestly. And
yeah, I didn't get Sea Storm though. So
Tonus, how are you feeling? Dropping
Well,
a sub 48 in your first appearance in a racing stream.
the game just kind of handed it to me, right? I didn't really have to do anything. I was just pressing buttons, and game was like, "You need this one. You need this one. You want +3 dashes? Okay, here you go. Oh, you want
Absolutely disgusting.
2 Elysium fountains in one run? Yeah, here you go."
Yeah. Can you throw your game files over to Museus for inspection? I really just think it might be needed. Like I don't.
no, they don't need to be inspected. Just throw them to me. I'll use them for a little while. No, that's crazy. Sick run. Did you have a single bad RNG run, or was it just all?
No, it was all just amazing. Just like
Well,
every single thing.
Yeah,
I could have got
Mirage Shot and Tartarus Mid-Boss, but
yeah.
What was your final time?
Arguably
47-46.
Oh, so you beat your qual time in a no reset run. That's cool.
Yeah, so that's how insane that run was. Yeah, it was kind of stupid. I don't think there was anything you could have done against that kind of RNG bullshit. So here we go. It was fun
like
to
running
run.
the slot with Floodshot.
Wait, what? Oh, flood shot? I don't know. I was just looking for Sea Storm. If I don't get Sea Storm, I'm just going.
That's fair. It's very.
Going is
I mean, this
super
might
fun.
turn in the dash percent because we have Breaking and Typhoon.
Nice.
Still no Sea Storm. Patty or Shop? Well, rip Patty.
Tunis, what was your qualifying time? Because you had the top time.
48-18, I believe.
Ugh, just disgusting. Just simply gross.
Gross. Yeah. Well, like the funniest thing is that for the whole week I've been just preparing what I'm going to do if I get reamed or if I don't get anything on any of the weapons, and because I was expecting that to happen, and then the game is just like, no, just play as usual, everything will be fine.
You almost got
I
burned on Beowulf.
I was about to say, did
I
your heart
did,
sink
yeah.
a little bit after you rolled the Poseidon and didn't see the flood shot?
Yeah. I was expecting it to happen, at least on Hera. After first roll, I was like, what? It's already here. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, 34 naked sword. We love to see it.
That's only on a soaker. That's only going to take like 5 minutes. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah. So has
How
the
were
next
your-
race finished their first aspect yet?
I think they're halfway through aspect 2. It's really neck and neck.
Okay. Maybe I can beat one of them.
Oh gosh.
That Nem sword run though, huh? Didn't know we were on
Yeah.
fresh file.
What happened?
First free room was Patty in Chamber 29, and we basically had one Artemis until Chamber 34, I think.
Didn't really find anything.
Yeah.
Nothing from Hermes either. I don't think.
And
Until
then
6.
Dinfest wasn't too bad. I didn't find Dash, but then when I found Dash, I realized, well, wait, I only have fucking level. Oh, pardon my language. I only have level 4 common attack and no other Ares. So then I still use special because I needed to hit the damage.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Dinfest was fine. It was just the Num sword was. it
JDN, I
was
must
ugly.
ask, do you have God's Legacy on?
No.
Ah, nice. Yeah, doesn't help that Tunis routed just a little bit on his Nem sword
Yeah.
run.
Oh yeah, it was gross.
I was hoping you were gonna ban them, but I figured you wouldn't. I was gonna do Mom Pom.
Yeah,
new
I didn't want you to do that, so I didn't ban them. That was my whole thinking.
The last thing I expected was someone to ban a cast bet from me, but it was the right ban.
Maybe he was just trying to save you from yourself.
Got to do a lot more to do that.
Well,
Well played. What
entering
is the
stage-
next match? You know,
still no Sea Storm. A little sad.
This isn't really the place where Soakers suffers though. We're gonna be
No,
pushing
that is
this.
fair.
we have
We do have
breaking
type
and
and breaking as well.
It's gonna be fun.
We do get to bully some nerds.
Oh yeah, and then Nem Sword. Our first 6 chamber was every room small rat. That was fun.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, JDN, I gotta ask, what's it like to get common jolted with God's Pride?
Oh, it feels great. You know,
It feels fantastic.
I feel like no matter what you take, God's Pride or Legacy, I think that mirror is just bugged. Like it doesn't work in either direction. We're about to show off the good old timer too here.
I will say, if there's any weapon to be penalty box, it does make sense that it is Super Soaker.
Yeah.
Do we have a Zeus in shop?
I didn't check. Probably not.
God, but look at the bullying we get to do.
Ooh, that was a nice one.
Whew. Good lord.
That's why I palm breaking wave over attack.
Poor.
The attack really does no damage.
Yeah, no, poor Tempest Strike.
Poor Tempest Strike.
Amir really didn't want that to be a good boon.
It's funny
No,
because like
no Zeus.
Poseidon's Aid, Tidal Dash, Flood Shot, all good scaling. Tempest Flourish even. Tempest Strike just does nothing.
It's there
Don't know
for
why.
Sea Storm and only Sea Storm.
You know, I'm curious, Tonus, are you worried now that you've just gotten a God run out that you're gonna get absolutely owned, or are you still confident in your ability to
I
route
have no
mid-run?
confidence at all. Now, like, not every run will ever be this good, right? There's just no way. So,
Surely.
Hey, Mirage Shot.
Unfortunate. But hey, at least you won't die to dad. You'll just get penalty boxed instead.
You know what's funny? I'm about to beat my Hermes Cup time.
Nice. Let's fucking go.
Small goals, you know.
It's the little things. It's the personal victories. I definitely will say, for locking in Super Soaker, running it through, trying it out, you're definitely the people's champ of this event, JDN.
sure.
Should we get some 07s in chat for our Soaker champion?
I gotta come up with new ideas because my tournament record is now abysmal. So I gotta bring in entertainment somewhere.
There you go.
Still kind of sad we didn't do Zagbo.
You saw me testing it right before you went to bed last night. I just couldn't get myself to do it. I went
losing Hera is too much.
I don't know if 260 health is gonna be enough here. Second phase is gonna hurt.
I believe. You guys.
I believe.
There we go.
When your dash does more damage than your attack. No, we're getting
ruptured.
No.
Unlucky.
Do I do safe stats? Nah. Let's just get boxed.
It's box time.
I love it.
Nah. Excuse me, can you stop shooting stuff at me, Dad? I don't like it.
Dad is very angry.
No! Oh, that was close.
No box?
No box?
No box.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, I missed a split. Oh, no.
What a champion.
I think we have to restart the run. You missed a split.
Yeah. 0.4 of a second dad fight.
That's insane. I think that's a new world record for the dad fight, honestly.
Right, let me get back in Discord, find out if I won. Hey, how'd it go? Is Tuna still going?
Unfortunately, it was a very tight race. But unfortunately, you have lost to Tonus.
What?
It was close. It was really close. It was within 12 minutes.
I'm so shocked I didn't get a perfect catch. Within 12 minutes? All right. Well, hey, that's a win in my book. I got within 12.
There you go.
It was so fun. I was reading chat the whole time, and chat was just complaining about my play. It's like, not the play, but the things that were happening.
I took a couple glances, and all I kept seeing was, Dennis, stop. Yeah. What? Oh my, stop.
It was all from love, but you should know that Bright and I were also complaining the whole time.
Yes, we were very happy to see you get all Flame Wheels 34 on that Hera run. It felt like a small bit of justice for JDN.
Yeah, I agree.
But in all seriousness, you both came out, put on a killer show in very different ways, but at the same time, in very admirable ways to both of you.
Perfect matchup, you know. We both put on different shows.
Exactly.
One was speedrunning, the other was soaking. Yeah, but anyways, Tuna's sick run. Congrats, man. That's insane. I am very delightful to say now I don't have to go against him anymore. And next week we're actually partners for bingo. So
that's true.
Nice.
I'm sorry you have me as a partner, but I'm so glad I have you as a partner.
I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. Everyone get into the bingo tournament coming up next week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the only opponent we have right now is team of Rist and Elo. So
I'm down.
Yeah. Definitely sign up for that if you have not signed up for it yet. The bingo event is a lot of good fun.
Yeah.
So I guess last shout outs. I will be supporting the rest of this. I'll be chilling in chat, memeing away. Afterwards, I'll probably be streaming. You can catch me over at JDNSR. I've been streaming a lot lately. Multiple games, but we'll get back doing some more fun Hades run and getting ready for bingo. So be sure to come check out.
And Tonus, do you have anything to plug?
Well, no.
Your stream. All right. He streams at twitch.tv/TonySue.
Yeah, Tony.
Go watch him.
You in the end. So
go watch him break some world records once again, his own even.
I promise to do a stream or two this year.
Allegedly. And so yep, we're going to transition over to a quick ad break. Be sure to stay tuned as the next race is coming up very soon. Welcome back. Hope everyone got some snacks, got prepared for this upcoming high octane race of Ananke 1 and Musea 7. Battle of the numbers. Ananke and Museas, how y'all doing?
God, I'll never
Alright.
escape that number. I'm good enough.
No.
It's a shame that we couldn't have Ananka first seed and me 7th seed facing each other, but I am 7th
True.
seed with Musea 7,
Yeah,
which
Ananke,
is
you really,
good enough
really
for me.
dropped the ball on that one.
Listen. I'm tired. I'm headachy.
Mhm.
However, I have a duty today because of a certain sin, and I'll just live up to that.
Mhm.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Mhm.
Sounds good. And with that, why don't we get into our lineups?
Yeah.
So,
All right. Which was starting.
Museus, why don't you go first?
All right.
What are you bringing to the table?
My lineup will be Nemesis, Beowulf, Hera, and Lucifer.
Ooh.
Okay. And Ananke?
I'll ban. I will ban the. So I'm choosing. I guess I'll ban Hera. Why not?
Right.
All right.
And Ananke, your lineup.
My lineup will be Beowulf Shield, Hera Bow, Demeter Fists, Hestia Rail.
Okay. And Museus, which one will you ban?
I'm gonna ban Hestia.
Cool.
I'm gonna leave Ananka with his fists because I'm scared of what people could do with Hestia these days.
Oh.
That is fair. All right.
No more Hestia. Hyper Delivery 2, no more Hestia.
Get to like 7 and none of the rails will be left.
Nah, for the third one, we're just gonna shoot the rails. There's no more rails. Rails are
No
dead,
more
Crab
rails.
Rave.
Yeah.
Rails are dead.
Yeah, the next mod will actually, you'll walk into the courtyard, there will be 5 weapons.
The rail will
Big-
once again be locked.
The
It'll
rail was
cost
too
you
complicated.
50,000 keys in order to unlock it again. All
Too
right.
complicated for
Both
new
runners
players.
are already on their first weapon with their keepsakes and their mirror set. Going ahead and get your seed
Seeding
going.
time? Cool.
It's
Yep.
seeding time.
It's time to hit that randomized seed button.
I think I did that right.
That looks correct.
Looks correct to me. All right, and will both of you prefer text countdown? One prefer one over the other.
Text,
fine with
please. I'll be
audio.
leaving. I'll leave a voice.
All
Now is that
right.
fun?
Yep, you're
You
good
both
to go
prefer text?
ahead and peace out. I
I'm
think
good with
Museum
audio.
wants the
Okay.
audio.
You want the audio? Okay.
All right, Brett, do you want to do text or audio this time?
I'll do audio. Who cares?
All right.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, and go.
Scuffed that a little bit, but it's fine. You got the
A little
message.
bit. Looks like
It was
they're
on
off.
time, technically, and they're off about the same time.
About the same
Is
time.
what
If it comes
is.
down to it, we'll look at the splits.
Yeah, it's easy fix.
What a surprise! Ananke getting the epic doom. And this is kind of the nice thing about not having a hammer weapon in your lineup is you can just start, seed for the boon that you want, and take the mom palm to get a couple of early valuable palms in it.
Especially on something like Doom, where you really want a lot of palms cooking. It's definitely nice to be able to just leave targets with like 4 levels in your Doom already.
Meanwhile, Museus running Olympian's favor on his Nemesis sword. Do you see what he picked up from the chaos?
I didn't catch it.
guess we'll
Gonna
figure
be
it
honest
out.
with you, I'm not happy either way.
I'm not happy. Well,
we'll see when it's uncursed. We'll try to
at
decipher
least he's getting the classic Olympian's favor rooms. A chamber 2 darkness and do a chamber 3 darkness. That's your life without dark foresight. Okay, don't forget it.
And yeah, no, dark foresight is a very important boon, or a mirror option that gives you more gold laurel rewards. If you're wondering why is that so important over the rarity boost that you get from Olympian favor, well, kids, I'll tell you. Remember how last race we were talking about how Nemesis wants like a million things? Yeah, it becomes a lot harder to get your millions of things. Looks like it was boon rarity for Museus.
Museus picking up his 3rd darkness room in this very, very young run so far.
Hasn't seen his Artemis yet. I think it's on the mini boss. Yeah. didn't made it all the way to the mini boss without his Artemis.
Ooh.
Dire Misfortune picked up for Ananke nice and early with without seeing an Athena yet. I'm always a very huge fan of Dire Misfortune. It sort of helps
Did he
sure
pick up
up.
rush kick?
He has rush kick. Oh my god.
Is there a reason why this boy has rush kick?
I think he might just be a terrorist, honestly. But yeah, the nice thing about Dire Misfortune is it helps sure up the bigger, more stinky Nemesis or Merciful End runs that you may end up with. So it's definitely a nice thing to pick up, especially this early.
One of the nice things about being able to seed Epic Doom is that you don't need to force it with the keepsake.
Nope. Yeah.
Which means you have Ares keepsake if everything goes wrong and you had to force Merciful End into Elysium. You have that option. Ooh, and that is not Athena. Either way, he has 3 gods still in this pool. 4th one can be Athena. So he's not sweating too hard yet. Yeah.
What's the counter on these Darknesses rooms? It seems like it's only 3 still, and he does get Poseidon, which is good. Gets the hydraulic might too.
It's the hydraulic might.
Gold room. I will speak to the value of getting 3 Darkness rooms. He almost has gotten a heart worth of value and just in his Darkness rooms. That's insane.
So Ananke, a lot of runners have a lot of trouble playing fists if you don't get the ME. Ananke does not care about getting the ME, surprisingly. No. Obviously, he would prefer to have it. Colobian chat pointing out Ananke's qualifying run actually never got ME. He just had a Curse of Agony and a lot of Dire Misfortune.
Yup. And that is, especially if you're, Ananke's sort of known for his fist play as well.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're really solid with Demeter fists, then sometimes Dire Misfortune is just all you need with a fuck ton of bombs into your doom.
Mm-hmm. And if I know Ananke, which I think I do, there's little to zero chance he's running God's Legacy on this.
I would go so far as to say there is no shot.
Yeah. Ananke has said multiple times he thinks God's Pride is the only way on Merciful End fists. And I think he's sticking to his guns.
Oh yeah. And Musaeus leaving Tartarus with only 1 core boon. No Aphrodite yet. He is forcing it here.
3 total boons. 3 total boons in Tartarus. Which is...
But it's fine because they had a slight rarity bump, Smile.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
+1 dash
some of them were like rare.
Yeah.
I think. Maybe.
First Eurydice of the tournament so far. I would like to point out we've seen a couple of Sisyphus, a couple of Patty, but this is our first Yuri, which is interesting because in theory she's like the more common one, right?
In theory, she's the most common story room, I believe.
Maybe Musaeus was just looking for a way to justify high confidence, right? And that's why he's been going Olympian favor, because he has a higher chance of getting the Darkness rooms. He can net more health.
That would be a Musaeus safe strat. Ooh, and Ananke rolling on that Ares does not find Merciful End.
Definitely really unfortunate to not see Merciful in there. Musaeus once again making it to a mini boss before he finds a boon for the biome. Definitely Olympian favor really putting in work here. In the opposite direction, of course.
We really gotta. Do we have to talk about the Thunder Dash pickup?
Maybe he's just
There are a lot of dashes that have been taken on Nemesis in the past. Passion Dash, Hunter Dash, even Title Dash. Thunder Dash is not one of the more common picks.
No.
It kind of just does nothing for Nemesis. It doesn't really work with Nemesis kit at all. Isn't really.
Not even a little bit. Good lord. I'm getting reports from the chat room that he also could have taken Zeus's aid. He doesn't get Heart Rend, which is good. But
yeah. He doesn't have Smoldering open. It's fine. And Musée is actually entering Learning before Ananke, picking up that free room, but Ananke kind of hot on his tail.
Yeah. And I will say Ananke does have rush kick, so you have to give him a little bit of leeway, especially with Dashley's merciful end.
Yeah,
that's when rush kick will come back to bite you a fair bit, in my opinion.
a little bit, yeah.
Honestly, Museus' damage isn't that bad right now. He certainly has a lot of epic boons.
Which, I will remind the chat, are not affected by Olympian's favor.
No, not even a little bit. He has a lot of epic
Ananke
boons.
does actually have merciful end.
Yeah,
a little bit weird with the rush kick, but
yeah,
he's
he's definitely making it work though.
He's making it work.
We'll give him credit where credit is due. I will say this is sort of the nightmare scenario though, where you've already used your Athena keepsake, and having the Ares keepsake doesn't do you too much good when you really need that dash.
True. Very unlucky.
But Museus is definitely steamrolling on ahead. Look at him go.
Yeah. Ananke not really sticking with his tried and true ME strat of just finding Athena and Tartarus.
That is true. That definitely does.
It has
help
worked for him in past races, and I'm not sure why he didn't go for it here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's controversial. I think more runners should just get full ME setup in Tartarus. I think it's the optimal play. But
exactly,
who knows? Maybe he's just trying to put on a better show or something. Hoarding Slash picked up from Museus. Which
I hate to say it, but he is getting.
But gold rewards are a gold laurel reward, aren't they?
They are. They would. They would be. And maybe he's hoping to high roll some gems.
No, yes, of course.
It's
always valuable gem pickup.
It gives you 20 obols, gets put towards that hoarding slash, which I will remind our viewers cannot crit.
Nope, not even a little bit. Does get double strike to go with his Zeus dash and a patty to boot, so he is moving on through this Elysium, but Ananke is very hot on his trail. Only like 2 chambers behind after this free room. Risk 13, how are gems better than coins? When do you have to menu for a coin? Please explain.
It's wrist. He has to... Come on.
He says a lot of really stupid things, but that's the dumbest he's said in a while.
If he has to menu for coins, let him be.
Good lord.
I think Hunter's Mark. Artemis. Pretty good pickup. Yeah.
Hunter's Mark is definitely a good find, but I think that's like his second Artemis he's gotten.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe his decision to take Thunder Dash is influenced by the fact that he just assumes he's not going to see another Artemis in his run. Courtesy of Olympian's favor.
Yeah, that is true. He missed out on a Hermes when he took Patty, which I mean is the correct decision, but I will remind the chat that he does not have Dark Foresight, so there's a very real chance his second Hermes is just in sticks.
Or somewhere.
Yeah,
somewhere that exists beyond mortal comprehension.
Yeah, no, he's getting a second Hermes.
Look at that coin room. Definitely pulling up a menu there.
Good lord. Can't believe he went with the menuing option. Armored Witches, definitely good to see, especially in like 33. Ananke's kind of struggling on damage, I think. I will say the downside of that is once you get your ME, it doesn't really do much for you. It's like
doesn't really do anything.
DPS neutral.
I do have to question the big impending pickup, but I do have to question the Zeus Force. Because the problem with the Zeus Force into Elysium is that you just don't see your next Athena very early. Like you're guaranteeing your next boon is not an Athena. So I'm a little bit curious about that choice.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just didn't feel the need for coin purse and didn't want Dad Call and wanted Zeus Call instead.
It's true enough.
Which I'm no Fist expert like Ananke, but I do quite like Dad Call on Fist. this charge call very quickly. And the other big benefit in my mind is you only get like a second and a half of the damage boost, but I mean that's a lot of time for ME Fizz. That's like it could be like 2 ME procs, right? And
Yeah,
that's
and
a lot of extra
unfortunately-
damage for those 2 ME procs.
Unfortunately, this is the worst timeline. The terrorists have won. Museus with Olympian's favor is entering heroes, while Ananke is on bridge tile 33.
Yeah,
Without the dash. This is
terrorist
the worst
win
timeline.
it seems. He also has 5 rerolls. Because
I suppose one upside, if you can call it an upside, of Olympian's favor is that you just end up with more rerolls.
yeah, I guess if you never see a boon, you don't need to roll. And keys are blue laurel, if I recall correctly. So, he has that going for him, I suppose.
Well, Olympian's favor means that you have to see fewer boon menus, right? And we all know that menus mean you have to make choices, and making choices requires a very wrinkly brain, and having smooth brains is more aerodynamic.
That is true. However, you can smooth brain menu speedness by only picking the top boon.
True, and sometimes it's an exchange. And you know what? You live with that.
Yeah, it's just you live with the decision. Ananke, like actual nightmare timeline where he's in the heroes fight, but he does not have Athena dash.
Yeah.
God, I hate that Museus is succeeding right now. I've got to say it. It has to be said.
I've done my best to remain impartial in these races. When one racer threatens to destabilize the entirety of Hades speedrunning with Olympian's favor,
I have to take a stand. I have to. I cannot sit by and let Museus 7 do this. I don't understand why more Any-Heat runners don't run AP2 for the true boon menu optimization.
Yes, and not only that, you get to enter Erebus gates in Asphodel if you want
You
to.
do get to get Erebus gates in Asphodel, which is even better.
For the boon rarity on Hermes.
Very good. Very, very powerful.
So Nanke entering his first tunnel as a Museus is working his way through his second, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. Definitely has picked himself up a lead. I will say Museus is one of the better sword players that we have in the community. If anyone has truly studied the blade, Museus is definitely up there in its disciples. Definitely helps him out. Palming double strike to go with his Zeus dash.
Thunder dash, which I will remind our viewers does 20 base damage.
I hate it here. I absolutely hate it here. This bastard man is ruining the sanctity of Hades racing as Ananke gets completely owned.
On his absolutely owned on his Athena.
Got offered a special replacement, or no, an attack replacement even.
Attack replacement, and then all DDs.
Yeah.
And I really gotta wonder about the solidness of Demphis as a race option at this point. We've seen back-to-back racers just get completely owned by Athena.
Yeah, but what if, right? I think that's the big thing that keeps people running Demonair, especially confident fist runners. It's the what if, So that's a pretty big what if. That the weapon can go very fast. Also, just want to point out, in typical terrorist fashion, Museus currently has Mirage Shot. I don't know if you caught it, but Museus has Mirage Shot to go with his level 0 Flood Shot.
It's a
there he
level
goes.
0. That's a level 0 epic Flood Shot to you.
Oh, I hate it here. Museus in the dead fight first, as Ananke is finishing up, I believe, his second chamber, about to go into the third. Sees the Hermes in the shop, might be tempted.
Be tempted.
Don't know why though, because no hyper delivery on the table. Has +1 dash already. Which, what a heartbreaker to get +1 dash and never see the Athena dash boon.
Very unlucky.
I hate it. I'm just at a loss for words. I hate this evil, stinky man killing
Was
Hades.
finishing up the day, killing Hades as Ananke enters Hades.
I will say, there's always hope. You know, Ananke didn't lose Beowulf, didn't lose Hera. Well-known Hera runner. So
he really just at this point for Ananke, it's about not getting in his own head. He's just got to shake this one off and go into 2 cast weapons that he knows pretty well.
Yeah, this first weapon is typically, if you fall behind on first weapon, it's just a mentality check. You got to stay out of your own head. You got to continue to play solid and do your best, especially when you get heavy RNG screwed like Ananke did. Good lord, this is gross.
A little bit. The damage is not fantastic. He's got explosive upper with rush kick, which you really got to ask why that works.
You really got to ask yourself the question: how did I get here?
How did I get here?
Yeah, the record is scratched. The frame is frozen. It's gone to grayscale. Yep, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got myself here.
Yeah, Musaeus picking up a rare cast on his Beowulf, courtesy of Olympian's favor.
Or, I guess in Ananke's case, it's more of an, oi bruv, bet you're thinking to yourself, how'd I get here? I hate that he got the rare cast, so it worked out.
He got the rare cast. He's going into a hammer now. Who cares about your gold laurel room? Just get him anyway.
I'm gonna look in general chat in 3 days.
Some charge shot, you know.
And
heading into a blue laurel room. One of many blue laurel rooms.
He gets a chaos. Someone with a white name is gonna ask the question. So how good is Olympian Favor? You know, I saw Musaeus use it to great effect in hyper delivery, so I'm just wondering about its overall efficacy in speedrunning.
Efficacy. Oh, that's Morphos.
That's Morphos.
That's Morphos.
Add it to the add +1 to the N+1. Musaeus has done it. He has taken Morphos for cast damage.
And there's an opportunity. There is a catch-up opportunity for Ananke here going into his own Beowulf run. He took Morphos for a little bit of extra cast damage. You know, can you really blame him? Yes.
That was like 30-something%, I think.
Ooh, filling his core
charge start is huge. I will say.
Musaeus really throwing his hands in the air like he just don't care, filling his core boons with every single duo possible, knowing that he is going to see only at most 4 boons in this entire run.
I hate to utter this sentence, but Musaeus has Seastorm online.
He has Seastorm online, he has Unshakable Metal online. Once he forces Artemis, he will have Deadly Reversal online, which he will only be able to proc off of the special. And he will also have Lightning Rod online. Musaeus does not care about your duos.
Ooh, that is an epic plug player for Ananke. Proving
that is an epic plug player.
That who cares about Olympian Favor?
Who cares?
He has there's a patty picked up from Musaeus and Chamber 11. Definitely good to see. Kind of hoping he doesn't get the fountain.
Does
here
not give Boldy.
Doesn't get Boldy. Interesting to say.
The classic Chamber 11 patty.
He
as Chet is
Chet is
pointing out.
Everyone knows that Chamber 11 is a good time to get patty, and this is a lot of louts.
That's a lot of foes.
And just to get through it. And picked up his Hermes nice and early, hitting the roll. I imagine epic side hustle is what he goes for. It's got to say, I imagine he's looking for hyper sprint, but I mean, what do I know?
It's not like we can put those Olympians' favor rolls to good use. It's not like he has 6 rolls at the bottom.
It's not like he only has 6 rolls. You know, you have to settle for the epic side hustle there. He's just too low on rolls. Everyone knows that rolling for Hermes is bad anyway, and you
Hermes
never want to do it.
You heard it here. Not that important.
Historically, Hermes Boon's quite bad.
You know, you gotta wonder, on a cast weapon, Musaeus sure would like to have some pomps by now, wouldn't he?
You know, one would think
If only
If
there were a mirror option that gave him more palms.
If only. But you know, I think he's pretty confident going into Asphodel with an unpalmed rare cast. God, I hate it here, man.
Yep. Ananke, on the other hand, Ananke taking Divine Dash. Divine Dash actually doesn't open up any duos
Yeah.
on its own for Beowulf, so it's actually a pretty okay pickup.
There was a
because after
pretty
you pick
rogue
up
time where it did open up Merciful End. Not on Beowulf, but just in
True.
general. And that was gross.
a little bit of an odd decision there. Ananke choosing to forego his first palm for a gold room.
When he's like, he has enough gold to afford a boon anyway. Or like probably will by the time he makes it to a shop.
Yeah. A little bit of an odd choice.
Athena picked up in Chamber 12. My eyes didn't deceive me on that door.
I'm a little bit curious to see if he goes for Divine Flourish here to just open up Deadly Reversal. But it in my opinion, it would probably be a little bit of a mistake. A little bit of a greed, as it were. But
Yeah. He is known to high roll,
See if he
so
goes for it.
we will see. But
chooses
not
not to go for it. Takes a Holy Shield.
Holy Shield instead.
Ooh, finds the
Peter
God,
well.
the God well.
And kind of
Picks
a
up the
whiff.
palm.
Picks up the bomb finally. Bit of a whiff on the shop, but what can you do? Greater evasion picked up from Musaeus.
Yeah, Musaeus says, I don't really care about my Hermes boons. What are Hermes boons anyway? Picks up greater evasion and side hustle from his Hermes boons.
Well known garbage, not god, Hermes.
This might be
Right.
part of the well-known Risk 13 school of never rolling any boon ever. As you know, rolling is an RTA time loss, so...
Right, we're sitting here on the second weapon of the race, and a terrorist still has a lead.
He still has a lead. For how
And-
long, we'll see.
I think we do have to start asking ourselves the question, what do we do if the terrorist wins?
I think we shut down the stream. The terrorist just missed mid-shop. We'll be okay.
I do think we have to...
No, he did get a mid-shop.
Yeah. I will say, on the ME run, Ananke did get, like, turbo owned in Elysium. I think he ended up missing mid-shop.
Oh my god. And Musaeus is competing with Rist for the most witches missed in a single meg. Managing to miss 3. Not quite reaching the Rist peak of missing all 4 witches in a single meg.
That
But
one is
definitely-
quite impressive, I will
Definitely
say.
stretching towards it. And Ananke has he's working his way through these rooms. Has an extra cast for a little bit longer. At least until learning.
No Artemis yet. It's definitely unfortunate. He's just now
First
getting
Artemis
it.
picked up.
Takes the special.
Chooses not to roll. And
Fury
chooses
over
not to take
mid-shop?
shop. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I guess it's a late Yuri. He's hoping to pick up Nectar or Palms. I guess I know nothing.
I guess I know nothing. Heading straight into into an Athena mid-boss. Now this is really interesting because he actually could pick up Athena attack here and go for Deadly Reversal.
He could. I don't know if I like it.
It's a
he
little bit
has 3
interesting with
witches
Athena
on the
attack.
Meg. It's a little spicy. We'll see if he doesn't go. Does he go for it? He does not go.
Doesn't go for it. And
Um,
you gotta wonder, at what point do you just say, I'm not getting Mirage Shot, I need to get an attack boon on this charge shot?
I give it sticks for Ananke. Maybe Elysium. Oof, bit of an unfortunate. Chamber 22. At least the witches are
Oh my
armored,
gosh.
but
Musaeus just has no damage.
no. I mean, he has a level 2 cast. Level 2 cast. Don't think he has Mirage Shot yet. Does he? I couldn't tell there. I don't think he does. I don't remember seeing
think
it.
so.
He does not. Yeah. Very devoid in damage. Mirage Shot could be picked up for Ananke here. Don't know if he's running Legacy. I'm pretty sure he's like staunchly anti-Legacy just as a person. So
On
we
cast
shall
weapons,
see.
he's been known to take Legacy. High rolls this.
Nope.
Does not find it. Picks up a Razor Shoals? Yeah.
He almost made the real mistake of going Tempest Strike on Beowulf.
Yeah, for those of you who
that's-
don't know, Tempest Strike on Beowulf. On Soaker, it's already a very questionable decision. And then on Beowulf, it actually pushes enemies out of your cast. Meanwhile, Musée is choosing to Meg Lurney.
Huh.
You know, it's not like there's a guaranteed too many bosses in Styx.
No,
we can
not at
just,
all.
We can just throw those Megs out like we don't give a care.
I think he heard us in the commentary booth somehow, mentioned the fact that he had no fucking damage, and I guess he just really felt the need to try to maintain his lead in Meg Lurney.
At this point, we'll see him Meg these Naked Swordsmen at any rate. Choosing not to finish them off without a hit.
You ever tilt Meg a big Styx room just to get out of there that little bit faster?
Meanwhile, Musée is passing up a Poseidon, so I would have to guess that he has Mirage. That's a really weird decision to make if you don't have Mirage.
Yeah.
Then again,
I don't know what Musaeus is thinking or doing, honestly. I don't know if Musaeus does either, if I'm being 100% truthful. Ananke's settling for the arrowhead to give him that extra bit of rarity in case he sees an Artemis. I haven't counted the number of gods he's seen, to see if Nectar would have been worth it or not, but in my heart of hearts, I still probably would have gotten Nectar there, personally.
picking up sudden charge shot, the ideal hammer combo for Beowulf, but he doesn't really have a attack bone on this charge shot.
No, definitely hurts charge shot. A lot of the power does come from slapping the Artemis on the attack. No Mirage shot either.
Ananke's closed the distance a little bit, but unfortunately Musée is picking up that Patty is going to set him even further ahead.
Yeah, can't believe he got 2 patties in one run. Kind of insane.
Musaeus, we should have Musaeus send his game files to Musaeus to check. Wait.
This is some pitiful damage on Asterius. Like,
this damage could definitely be better.
This is sad.
He's choosing to scale through Thunderdash. That's how you do it.
Is
New
it?
Beowulf might have just dropped. And we see a little bit of the damage disparity here. Ananke is doing marginally more damage. That sudden charge shot is definitely helping him leaps and bounds. Musaeus rolling, finding Lightning Rod, and finally finding Mirage Shot.
He opened up Lightning Rod, huh? With that Zeus dash.
Yeah, he did open up Lightning Rod. He has also opened up Deadly Reversal.
Uh-oh.
Ananke really getting messed up on these mini bosses, not finding what he wants at Mirage Shot.
Can't say I blame him for being tempted by the heroic title dash there.
Yeah, it's definitely a tempting option.
Especially when you have sudden charge, so you're like never worried about knocking them out of your range.
Yeah, Musée is picking up Dreadflight into a 34 fountain.
Surely heroes will slow him down enough, right?
Surely heroes will slow him down.
Alright, he's got level 5. He actually does damage now. I don't think heroes will slow him down enough. I'm so disgusted. It's frankly disgusting. Just how does he get away with it? Amir, I need to sit down and have a really long heart-to-heart with Amir, I think, for allowing and enabling this behavior.
Not walking all the way back to check that well. I'm not sure about that one, but he finds a patty anyway. It's going to close a little bit of the distance, but he needs a little bit more.
Yeah, still just doesn't really do damage, especially now that Musaeus does have Mirage. That definitely helps him out a ton, especially when Ananke has no attack boon. Is limping through this Flame Wheel 34. On a bit of an unfortunate dial for it, but what can you do?
What can you do? Sometimes the game just hands you these.
Sometimes the game just tells you to go fuck yourself.
And you say, okay.
I guess I will. Thanks, game. Nice talking to you. I wonder how much of the possible RNG per day that Tonus sapped up during his Beowulf run.
Yeah, both of these runs have been pretty cursed so far.
Oh my god.
Almost got ruined on that offering. Second wave offered alongside Mirage Shot.
Alright, well, typically you want Mirage by hero or by learning, but I guess getting it right before heroes is, if there's ever a consolation, I guess it does help. Musaeus is, I believe, finishing up his first tunnel. as Ananke is finishing up the heroes.
And now Ananke actually does damage.
Yeah, now he does like reasonable damage. No attack boon is definitely hurting him still in the damage race. But I hate that I was right. I hate that he doesn't have an attack boon going into sticks.
Because he's picking up Lightning Rod for whatever reason.
Doesn't Lightning Rod make it harder to pick up your cast?
It does make it harder to pick up your cast. We'll see if he falls for the classic pool trap. Rod is actually like a little bit of extra damage on Beowulf, so I can't really blame him for that pickup.
Yeah,
it is also Lightning Rod. So you weigh the pros and consequences.
I think the cons outweigh the pros, but you know, we'll see.
To each their own. I personally am a Lightning Rod fan on Beowulf. I know some
not on Beowulf. On stuff like Achilles, I'm actually pretty fine with it. But not Beowulf.
Not the shield.
I tend to like being able to pick up my cast on the shield, personally. He's rolling for Deadly Reversal, I can only imagine. Gets brow
rolling for
anyway.
Deadly Reversal, you will only be able to proc off of Holy Shield and the special.
It's Musaeus. Would you be surprised if he came in here and said, "Yeah, I was looking for Deadly Reversal there. I think it's really good." Would you be surprised?
I would not. Not even a little bit. He is a fresh file runner. You know, Deadly Reversal. After you find the main duo, you're looking for a Deadly Reversal. That's all he knows how to do.
Yeah, that's fair. Braid picked up for Ananke. He has a whole lot of well items, I will say. And I believe he'll be able to carry that Braid into Dad.
He might be able to. Yeah. Yeah, with the... Musaeus shopping.
He has time.
I'm
not surprised. I'm
not surprised. I do disagree with the shop a little bit.
I do too, but it's in traditional Musaeus fashion. It's not enough for him to be winning. He also has to spit in your mouth while he does it.
He has to palm his Divine Flourish to go with his Dreadflight.
He really needs to.
Meanwhile, Ananke finishing off his third and final 6 chamber. Really closing the distance here after that abysmal first run.
He's honing in. This run wasn't exactly great for either runner. I'd even go as far as to argue a bit less great for Ananke, but he is closing the gap. He is doing his best.
I think it is safe to say that neither of them will be catching Tonus on that the rarefied sub 48. Fumbling a little bit there with the Void Stones.
Yeah.
Loses a little bit of time, but I don't think it'll be significant enough for an overtake here.
Definitely a bit of a tilter to see Void Stones.
A little bit of a tilter. Getting caught by the spawn circle, very classic.
Truly a certified Beowulf classic.
Certified Beowulf classic. So if you release your charge shot, you are vulnerable from the moment you release charge shot. So just keep that in mind. It's not like you have a bolt rush anymore.
Yeah, no. You have to wait for the charge circle to hit your shield, and then you can let it go. And Musaeus closing out phase 2, as Ananke is on Dad's last phase 1 health dice.
And Ananke really does have some damage, but he's getting screwed over real bad by this Darkness RNG here.
Yeah, this is definitely painful. Dad hasn't been kind so far today with the
hasn't been kind. And we're starting to see a little bit of that the charge shot damage is starting to feel lacking.
Yeah. It's like fine without an attack hammer through Asphodel, I think. But by the time you're in Elysium, you really need the attack boon rather than a hammer to help supplement it, I feel. And Musaeus heading off to his last weapon as Ananke has just finished Dad, picking up the Lucifer Rail, slapping on the...
Sorry, did my eyes deceive me? Did Musaeus just switch from God's Pride on Beowulf into God's Legacy on Lucifer?
Yes. I believe he did, Billy. And I would like to reassert, I hate it here. What duo boon is Lucifer looking for?
I was gonna say Sea Storm, but that's not really a thing anymore. Maybe he's hoping for the Splitting Bolt.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe he's Splitting Bolt dreaming. Which, to
Maybe
be
he is
fair,
splitting bolt dreaming.
this weapon with Splitting Bolt does do nutty damage.
Mm-hmm. The problem is seeing 2 more Zeus spoons with Olympian's favor.
Yeah.
Which is not a guarantee. Which is
No.
not a guarantee.
I'd even go so far as to argue that it's harder to do. Just a net nerf in your ability to do so.
Yeah, Brain in chat pointing out Musaeus was raised and molded by the meme races. Someone needs to slip into Musaeus' DMs right now. Remind him that the meme races are not until next week. It's time to go back on the Dark Foresight.
I don't think he can. I think
Picking up a natural Artemis though, that's actually pretty huge for Lucifer.
that is huge.
So-
Yeah.
Lucifer does like probably some of the highest, like I think it's the highest base damage for rail special on its special. If you can get an Artemis on that, it actually does some pretty real damage.
Chamber 6? Yeah,
And
there it is. And it's rare. I hate that just justifies his Olympian favor more. Ananke picking up or passing over Chamber 6 Chaos, opting for the shop instead, getting immediately rewarded. There's his attack boon.
Yeah.
See, he was saving the attack boon
He
on
was saving the
Beowulf
attack
for this
boon.
run.
Exactly.
He was planning way too far in ahead.
Meanwhile, Musaeus rolling twice, finding a hyper sprint. The Demeter buy is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know
Demeter
about
not-
that one.
Not famously part of the core build for Lucifer. Not only that, it's put him solidly in a little bit of a weird position where he needs to find an Obol room, or he won't be able to buy any boons from End Shop.
I am glad we got to see the true classic of Lucifer Special when Musaeus flung it in a direction and it decided to peace out in the opposite direction.
Yes, Geometry. Little known, we've known Geometry is an enemy of cast weapon. Today we're discovering Geometry quite bad for Lucifer as well.
Ananke does pick up point blank, very nice to see, and his build's definitely looking, I'd argue, a bit better than Musaeus is right about now. It's kind of hard to compare Haribo to Lucifer Rail, but
And
I
now
certainly will try.
Ananke's evened out the chamber count.
Yeah,
They're both
absolutely.
in chamber 12 right now. And that's kind of just Hera doing Hera things and Lucifer having to try to compete.
Yeah,
Musaeus picking up a hammer, targeting system. Not a bad hammer.
no, you're definitely not mad at it. I think Webbs may have been the only person that could maintain this lead on Lucifer, if I'm being honest. I don't know too much about Musaeus' play on Lucifer, but
I do know Musaeus has been proud of his Lucifer play in the past. He's gotten, he's gotten some pretty solid RTA times on Lucifer. That being said, that was back when he was a Dark Foresight runner. I don't know who this new Musaeus is.
honestly, I was friends with Dark Foresight Musaeus. I don't know if I can be friends with Olympian favor Musaeus.
Both of them finishing Furies at around the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely
Musaeus taking
neck
some
and
time
neck
to run to the
currently.
fourth.
Going for the Poseidon, looking to pick up Title Dash.
I think both of them will be going for the Poseidon here.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment.
And this is, keep in mind, Ananke did start a little bit late.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ananke is technically like 3 seconds ahead
So here we are.
in terms of timer. So definitely closer than it even seems, and it seems close. And we do go off of final time of live split rather than who technically finishes first, just to, because that final time on live split will tell us who's faster.
Ananke not really sticking by. Or maybe he missed it. Picking quick reload over hyper sprint there. I know we have him in the Discord on record having said that hyper sprint is better on first Hermes.
Curious.
So I'm guessing he maybe glossed over it. It was the bottom option.
Yeah. Reading once again proving to be a bit too hard. Happens to the best of
Reading
us.
is an RTA time loss. We'll put it that way.
That is true. Picking up the Zeus. Rolling past billowing for the
Finding
rod.
lightning rod.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
My thought is that his brain saw a green boon, and he just assumed it would be smoldering air, and it was not.
Right.
That
well,
being
you
said,
spoke to
Rod, depending on how many other Zeus boons he finds, it could be some value.
Yeah, it could be. Also,
He's
Fielder needs
actually
to point
pulled
out-
ahead of Musaeus here.
Yeah, he's like soundly a chamber ahead.
Musaeus not making the most out of his Olympian's favorite roles, finding Poseidon's aid instead of Tidal Dash. I don't have anything to say about that.
Ananke,
I've run out
need
of
to
things
pick
to
up.
say.
Yeah, there's only so much that can be said about the stinky bastard, man. Ananke opting to settle with exit wounds, knowing he has quick reload, especially in epic exit wounds, rather than rolling over it and really high rolling for the Mirage shot. Which Ananke is a well-known high roller, isn't he? Has he
He's a pretty
reformed?
well-known high roller. I think he might have been punished a little bit hard in that first run. Still reeling from that Demeter
fair.
this run. And Ananke's pulled ahead.
Another chance for Mirage shot here. Rolling for it. Doesn't find it. Hunter's Bark is a fine settle, especially into learning. It's pretty nice. Helps with cleaning up the heads phases a fair bit, in my opinion.
It's a little interesting because there's an argument for rolling for pressure points or support fire. While fully loaded is a fake boon, he does have fully loaded online after that, and he still has an Artemis keepsake on deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think fully loaded is too much of a trap, especially with Mirage up, right? I think it feels really bad to be offered fully loaded over Mirage. I don't like it as much comparatively.
Fully loaded is pretty amazing for Hera, but
it's probably more damage, but it's also a trap.
It's a trap if you fixate on it. I'll say fully loaded is a trap if you fixate on it, because there's such a small chance of you actually finding it. But you know, when you have a chance to force it, it's definitely something that should show up in your mind.
I think force is a very strong word.
Force is a strong word for a boon like fully loaded. That's true.
I don't know. He was offered support fire before he rolled, so he could have taken it and could have gone for it. Musaeus trying to make good work of this Poseidon call, but losing a DD.
There definitely is an argument for taking the support fire on first offering.
Yeah, there is.
Support fire is a boon that, you know, kind of does nothing, but also never technically does nothing. It shoots 12 damage arrows. I mean, come on. But really, it's a vehicle for fully loaded.
Yeah, no, that's like all it's really there for. Also, it's like a good colorblind tech. I came to learn later. Ananke, almost tempted by plus foes.
Almost tempted by the plus foes for a cast.
We almost saw it twice. It's even more detrimental in Elysium, though. Like, it's a run killer in Elysium. In Tartarus, you can sometimes recover, but in Elysium, you're just done.
Musaeus finishing off Lerny with that Poseidon's aid. Finding some amount of value, I suppose.
Slapping on the
classic
acorn.
Musaeus pick. Putting on the acorn in Elysium.
2 or 3 core boons still open for Musaeus. Slapping on the acorn, saying, "Nah, I'm good."
This is really vintage Musaeus. I'm happy to see a little bit of a return to form here. Safe strats are returning to the big stage.
Ananke entering a Demeter mini-boss, too. He doesn't have Snowburst yet, and I know he hates it, or at least doesn't like it as much as Mirage Shot, unless that's also
really interesting, because he doesn't care too much about Snowburst, and then he's forcing it all of a sudden.
Yeah, curious.
A little bit curious.
Famously known for saying, "I hate Snowburst, you don't need it, it's the worst boon in the game," end quote Ananke, but with the British accent, of course.
I'm not sure if he said that verbatim, but we'll go with that.
He did, don't worry. I have the thoughts. Yeah, there it is. There's the Snowburst picked up. And it's
The boon
rare
that
without
he
Olympian
famously
favor.
gave.
That's crazy. I can't believe he got a rare boon without Olympian favor. That's insane.
I don't think anyone's ever done that.
I think we may have to inspect his game files over it, because it's so uncommon. It's like 1 in 15 trillion for that to happen.
Musaeus picking up Mirage Shot for the 3rd run in a row. Yet another cast weapon, Lucifer.
He also doesn't have a cast boon this time. He just took it. God's Legacy really putting in work for him.
This really is neck and neck. As I
Yeah.
say that, Ananke finding a fountain with greater recall.
Greater recall.
So it's really not going to do that much now that he's at the end of Elysium, but Orange Boon pretty.
He also has the very cursed combo of Lightning Rod Greater Recall.
Lightning Rod Greater Recall, where the cast will proc Lightning Rod once before just returning back to your hand.
The classic Orange Boon bait.
And Musaeus going after Splitting Bolt, kind of hard. Dodging the mini-boss in favor of a Zeus. Not getting punished, getting an Armored Witch's Room instead.
It'll be interesting to see. This final race may come down to boss damage, but problem is, I don't think Musaeus has the boss damage to really pull it out, especially without like Triple Bomb.
He hasn't found Triple Bomb. He hasn't found Tidal Dash, which is pretty important.
He does have Jolted, which will help him out here. No Splitting Bolt, but he certainly has Jolted. And here we see him doing... Ooh, Ananke has a bit of a nuts combo with triple point blank. Rama players currently fuming.
Rama players, Zagbo players currently fuming. Ananke has the good hammers on the bow that cares the least about hammers.
As Ananke is pointing and laughing on Haribo. And there we really saw Musaeus just do no damage with his without his special. He really needs the special.
So he's picked up like targeting system, and I don't know if has he seen a second hammer yet?
You know, hammers are a gold reward, so I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't. Truth be told. And dropping a second DD. I don't think we've seen Ananke drop a DD yet, now that I'm thinking about it. And then, yeah. Ananke is fully online. Just absolutely dumpster the heroes fight there. As Musaeus is limping around in Unarmored Witch 34.
And this is where something like, I don't know, Hestia at least has like very, very minimal things you need to get a run going, right? You get a high level Tidal Dash, you get, a decent hammer and some chaos, and you're rolling. Whereas Lucifer kind of really wants, like, I don't know, Splitting Bolt, Epic Jolted,
Triple Bomb,
Triple
maybe
Bomb
some targeting to go with the triple.
And finally picking up a Tidal Dash right before Heroes. the boon that he wanted in Asphodel.
Maybe even Tartarus.
Maybe even Tartarus. A little bit unfortunate. Who's to say whether or not this run would have been different had he picked up Tidal Dash when he meant to?
He did.
It's a rare one too, courtesy of Olympian's favor.
Yeah, of course. It's crazy. Ananke has 2, maybe even 3 rare boons, but he doesn't have Olympian favor.
Unfortunately, he does have a common dash and call, and who's to say he wouldn't be faster with it? With a rare dash.
I'm to say. I'll say it. I will say, everyone, it does seem like you're able to sigh a sigh of relief, as it does not seem as though the terrorists will win on this day. As unfortunate as
Hades, the video game, is still able to be played.
Alarmingly close race. I feel the need to point out. Like, this was...
We will not have to cancel the rest of the races.
We do not have to end stream halfway through.
Again. Ananke, the rich get richer, finding Mirage Shot in sticks. Does he need it? Probably not. Taking a non-menu room for his third one.
And, I will say, at least he did find the Mirage Shot. I was a little worried for him.
A little bit worried.
Yeah. Towards the end of that.
The nice thing about Terra is you don't really need it, do you?
No.
You sure would like it, though.
Yeah, you're definitely not sad when you do get it, though. Oh man, I've never been more relieved.
You sound so relieved.
For a friend to lose a race. Like, I'm usually pretty biased, and I usually want to see my friends win. But and I am friends with both runners. But God,
You have to
fuck
understand.
Musaeus.
You have to understand. Satan loves Musaeus, hates what he stands for.
Yeah. Love Ananke, hate what he stands for too. Just a bit less than Musaeus. Yeah, chat, get your Ananke copy pastas ready. Get your horrible British accents ready.
Yeah, get your pip Cheerios in chat.
Get your clips ready if you're able to share those. There's a very good one of text to speech with the pip Cheerio. Mentally prepare yourself for my horrible British accent because you already know it's about to be pulled out as soon as he rejoins the chat. As he's just so British.
He is so British. Hey, picking up a breaking wave. That's gonna make his third Styx tunnel a little bit faster.
Yeah, with his level 0 title dash that he got in at the end of Elysium.
You know, it's hard to say whether Dark Foresight really would have given him that title dash a little bit earlier. My bet is yes. I'm leaning towards a solid yes. Maybe even definitely.
Maybe even absolutely 100%. But there it is. Ananke finishing up his run. Musaeus, honestly, not too far behind, all memes considered, which is the most alarming part, honestly. I agree with crematoriums in chat. British person is my favorite oxymoron as well. Yeah, no. Musaeus once again also proving that we just have to bring him up on Blood and Talkness at all times.
You know, Maglev has said frequently that he ruins Hades. And if there's anyone who can compete for the crown, it's definitely Musaeus.
Yeah, no. I would even argue Musaeus does it even more. Like, Maglev ruins Hades by getting people to run stupid categories. Musaeus ruins Hades by getting people to make stupid decisions. And I think that's far worse.
So we have confirmation from Ananke in chat. The rush kick was a mistake. The rush kick was a complete finger slip.
And there's the Ananke copy pastas coming through in chat.
Good stuff, guys.
Oh, well done, guys.
All credit to Seagull for
yeah
the original author of this post.
I have to drop the congrats to Seagull.
He should be getting royalties.
Unfortunately, there are no royalties here. And Musaeus wrapping up his final run, entering the first health dice of the second phase with only one of his own health dice remaining, still at risk of a penalty box here. Pulling out
he's going to try to finish this out by riding the wave.
Does he have Rip
And
Current?
he really is riding. Oh gosh.
I don't think he does. He's just dead.
I don't think he does.
He's just
there
dead
goes the last. There goes the last DD.
Will he penalty box himself? It's the $1 million question. Uh-oh. And he makes it out without penalty boxing himself. Whew, what a race. And, oi, bruv.
Welcome back.
Bit of a close one, isn't it?
I just want everybody to know that my average Super Soaker time is faster than whatever that garbage Lucifer run was.
You know, it's always alarming to see a runner end a run with only 2 rows of boons.
Now that's minimalism.
Well, I would say all of them except your Hermes boons are rare, so I think it paid off.
Oh, I hate it. So, Musaeus, the terrorist hasn't won, but how are you feeling at the end of the race?
I'm feeling happy with the first 2. I really enjoyed watching chat for the first 2. The third one was a letdown in every meaning of the word.
Listen to this villain. Just getting so much joy out of chat's misery.
I really enjoyed at least once. There was at least once on like every like screen that just had Blightning yelling Musaeus in all caps.
God.
And big congrats to you, Ananke, pulling out the victor. How do you feel?
Terrible. Horrid. I love to think what was going on over there, but holy fuck, I've literally never seen a worse Demeter run in my life.
That Demeter run was painful to watch. I felt so sad.
Besides the accidental rush kick take, just the fucking I've got one core slot that's left unfilled. You'd think after 2 rerolls on my second Athena and Styx, maybe I'd see Divine Dash. Nah, you need DDs. You need attack replace.
3 DDs and attack replacements offered.
Oh, and the Mirage shots that just don't exist. Dude, this is why Hades tournaments and stuff, you can never guarantee anything, because sometimes you're just going to get this.
You know, Ananke, I am going to have to disagree with you that Mirage Shot does not exist, because Musaeus 7 was 3 for 3 on Mirage Shot takes.
Musaeus was 3 for 3 on Mirage Shot, not 3 for 3 on cast weapons. It's certainly not 3 for 3 on cast boons.
I just got them in Elysium and Styx. The end of Elysium and Styx, but yeah, whatever.
You know, Musaeus, I do have to ask, why Thunder Dash on Nemesis?
I did it last time and I thought it was pretty fun.
Good to know my my combatant was griefing.
I mean, yeah, it does feel a little bad, even if you win, to know you're getting 4 fun done the whole time.
Well played, Musaeus. Well played.
Thanks. Congrats on the actual victory.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't feel like one, but
Musaeus says with his level 2 rare Poseidon's call.
Level 1 rare Poseidon Dash.
Oh my god.
Look, that dash was the worst thing. I got an attack replacement offered. I really should have just taken it and gone for Sea Storm.
No.
Oh my god. All right, well, GG's or something to that accord.
I will say, well done to both racers. Any final statements before we kick y'all out of here?
No.
Final points or anything?
Okay. Congratulations on the win. Musaeus, congratulations on something.
You know, it's crazy. Within the first 2 races, we established the people's champ of the tournament and the people's villain of the tournament.
Ugh. All right. Something of a show.
All right. No streams to plug? No nothing? Really?
No, I honestly can't. I don't have anything to plug.
Keep watching for the eventual Fresh File world record. I doubt I'll be streaming the attempts, but I'm getting closer to like getting a recorded run.
There you go.
There we go.
Maybe one day Musaeus will stream.
All right. With that, congratulations to Ananke. Can we get our Pip Cheerios in chat?
Couple Pip Cheerios.
I hate it here.
Couple of Voibrubs. Couple of minutes.
Don't. If you have any sympathy left for me, don't listen to him. All right, I'm getting out of my own accord.
All right.
Good with the rest of the races, whatever.
GG's, guys. There they go. The Pip Cheerios.
Someday.
And welcome back to Hyper Delivery 2. No more Eris. Terrifyingly close run, last run, where Terrorists almost won and came victorious, but thankfully, the great British good doer, Ananke won, trumped the terror of Musea 7. Up next, we've got an aquatic bird up against a mushroom in the form of Seagull and Shiitake. How y'all doing today?
Doing pretty well.
Yeah, doing pretty good. Just, the normal being personified by your profile picture.
Well,
truly classic.
It is your brand now.
And let's very quickly keep the show on the road. What lineups y'all bringing, huh?
Is there an order for this or just whatever?
Shiitake.
No, go ahead. Shiitake.
All right. I will be very unique and bring Nemesis, Bayo, Hera, and Hestia.
Would you look at that? Boy,
That's
howdy.
crazy. Seagull, what are you banning?
That's toughy. I think I will ban Hera.
Okay.
Give somebody in this godforsaken tournament a chance to play Hestia.
And you, Seagull, what are you bringing?
I will be bringing the same lineup.
Okay.
Right.
And Shiitake, what are you banning?
Well, I think we only need to see one Hestia run this race, so I will be banning that.
Sportsmanship is dead.
Sportsmanship is dead.
Seagull, thoroughly owed and a little bit fuming. All right.
Okay, well, with all that, why don't you guys go ahead and get ready for your first weapon, if you have your mirror and keepsake.
Yep, going ahead and get your seed ready. Sure to roll for random and then roll for set the filter you set. All right. Any
So
preference on text versus audio countdown?
Text countdown, please.
All right. I'll do my best.
All right, good luck, Shiitake. Okay. See you on the other side.
Good luck.
All right, right. Whenever you're ready.
And if we're ready, then 3, 2, 1, and go.
Just so he knows. And
they're off.
They're off.
I've been thinking about it more and more. And there's an argument for taking that Erebus there.
Yeah.
That is a very early Aphrodite.
I actually don't hate that Erebus, in all honesty. But I will say that it is nice to see an Erebus gate on your starting hammer. For those that don't know, there are 2 ways to guarantee that there will be a boon on the second chamber. If it's an Athena room, or if you start with an Erebus gate.
Yeah, to be clear, the Athena room is just like the room where you get offered Athena in a first run or fresh file.
Yeah, it's not actually always an Athena boon. It's just a very specific title that has it's special in the sense that it'll always have a boon.
Yeah, it's the long hallway tile.
Yep.
Seagull finding the first chaos, and does he find anything out of it? Rolling twice,
swing and a miss for it,
and finds a dash trick. Gets rewarded for his greed.
I'd argue it's a swing and a miss. It's only a common. It's still more damage, but how much and at what cost?
It's true. Both of them getting pretty unfortunate rooms so far. Almost every single room has had witches. Not what you want to see on Nemesis.
No. The numbskulls here for Seagull aren't terrible, but they're also not great. It'd be interesting to see if this chaos is offered alongside a mid shop, which it is, but Shiitake opting for the chaos instead. I think I agree with it.
Now we're seeing another Maverick dash pickup here.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. Ooh, what?
Not avoiding that attack chaos in a
Nah, you gotta
marathon.
do it. You
Yeah,
gotta do
I
it.
probably would have, but I can understand his hesitation, picking up a common dash strike chaos instead. And Shiitake has a full god pool.
I think when your worst case scenario is you get penalty boxed as opposed to the run being over, you do that every time.
It's fair. I will remind everyone that being penalty boxed is in fact an RTA time loss. But
It is.
attack a purple attack chaos. It's hard to argue against.
Yeah. You've got to, at that point, leverage the penalty box time loss against the time save of doing that much extra damage on your dash strikes. It's safe to not take it, but I think you take it every time.
Meanwhile, Seagull finding an Aphrodite special, very nice to see before leaving Tartarus.
I can't believe that Seagull is starting to very sneakily route right in front of our faces. Doesn't have the plus dashes yet, but I mean, there's always a Tartarus end shot for that.
I mean, that's why you run the Infernal Soul, right? So you can get
That is
the
true.
cast manips. And there's the Sisyphus rewarded.
Boldy gift, an obvious RNG manip. Picks it up. I do think it would be funny if during these Nemesis runs, people started casting in front of doors and shit.
Both racers gifting Boldy.
Okay, picks up the hyper sprint. I don't know if I like. That's hard actually. If you have the choice of potentially Heartrend or First Hermes and Shop. I actually
and there's
don't know what I
Shiitake
like
with
more.
the +1 dash.
I actually don't know for Nemesis which is better on double edge.
I think getting anything from Hermes, assuming you get something good, it's much more worth
Yeah.
it.
But in terms
the
of like
Heartrend's a little bit of a
mathematically,
tough guarantee, right?
yeah, that's fair. I guess mathematically, I don't know which is better between hyper delivery and +1 dash.
That's true.
Is what my brain's currently asking.
Fair enough. And Seagull pulling a little bit ahead. I think Shiitake is going to be looking to sell his Dio dash. I would not be surprised to see.
I would hope so. Yeah.
What? I'm gonna go ahead and assume that was a misclick.
Yeah, I think that may have been
burning his last roll on a purging well with drunken dash available.
Maybe nerves.
Maybe nerves. Either way, he's holding on to the drunken dash right there.
Either way,
we're
that is
going for splitting medic strats.
Ooh, and there is rush delivery picked up like early into Asphodel for Seagull.
Early in Asphodel.
Huge. That's really big.
There are some runs where you can pick up hyper sprint and mid shop Tartarus and then just not see it until sticks. This is not one of them. Seagull rewarded immediately.
I will point out he does only have one dash to try to find his Heartrend, but I will say once he finds it, he's pretty huge.
He's pretty set. He could even honestly settle for a 100 dash here and be pretty happy with what he's got.
Absolutely. Fills out the god pool, picks up the Athena.
Both runners with a bronze skin.
And we'll see if we can see a 4-witch Meg.
Can someone please finally hit this Meg?
No, that's
very. The angle was very shallow.
Bad angle. Felt a little early. Seagull looking a little lost on the Meg tech. Doesn't even need to roll. There's his Mirage shot. And into a Uri. Good lord.
I would be very surprised not to see him gamble here.
Yeah, no, I gamble here every time.
It hits. Gamble, and he does.
And
it hits both Hermes
god.
Bones. Who cares?
Oh my god.
It hits both Hermes Bones. Who cares?
Fuck this stupid bird, man.
We have rare squared rush delivery.
Hitting the hyper sprint isn't like that insane, but just the fact that it hit the rush delivery alone is nuts.
Hitting the rush delivery is fantastic.
Because you can correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, Shiitake picking up his Aphrodite. A bit later than this aquatic bird, but God, I hate. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my God. Never mind. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. Because I know that rare or epic Hunter Dash was right.
Yes.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but hyper sprint at common is enough to get full value of every rush delivery, correct?
Yeah, and this is just about it is a very textbook like solid nemesis build. You have you don't have extra dashes, but you're not complaining with a
No.
rare rush delivery.
What do we do if he gets +3 dashes in sticks shop?
It would be a little bit worrying. That's a lot of damage. Shiitake, meanwhile, palming Drunken Dash. You really gotta wonder.
No, see, it's setting up for the future value for when Artemis offers the dash replacement, I think.
True.
Wave of Despair is a boon.
It is a boon. Shiitake, do they have rolls?
I don't know if they have rolls. I hope
do
they
not
have
believe
rolls,
they do.
but yeah, I don't think they do. Yeah, it
do
does
not
not
believe they
appear
do.
as though they have rolls. Seagull
And-
slapping on the Hades call, which is
Very classic.
interesting.
Yeah, very classic. I don't want to think too much. Sort of
Yeah.
keepsake choice.
It does double dip into hyper delivery, so that is good. You get a bit more uptime on the rush delivery.
It's
with
true.
The speed increase from Hades call.
I will say, for anyone who's played a lot of Nemesis, it is a little bit odd trying to get a handle on that much movement speed.
Oh yeah, I'd
with a
argue
weapon
it's
where
even
you're just
harder
dash
than.
striking around.
I'd argue it's even harder than a lot of plus dashes.
Yeah.
Then
The
again,
movement speed burst from Hades Call is very, very odd to deal with at times.
yeah. Then again, I do have a lot of practice with +4 dashes, so I guess I'm a bit biased in that regard. But it's just so much move speed, man.
And Seagull too has a decent amount of
Yeah.
experience with that +4 dashes. Not even checking to sell that Drunken Dash. Seagull's Shiitake is all in on this low tolerance splitting headache setup.
They are here for it, and I
They are
respect
here for it. Yeah. Oh, almost taking that trial. Thinks better of it. Picks the health.
I think I'd be tempted by it. Truth be
That's
told.
interesting. You can pick up like a Hunter's Mark. and
Yeah.
Urge to Kill or something.
Hunter's Mark is huge value. Clean kill you can accept. Urge to kill is really good. I think there's a lot of value in those two gods
enough.
with like their one-off boons that
True
I
enough.
think I would. be
And you
tempted
don't
by
end
it.
up in stinky bridge tile.
Yeah, obviously, me being the well-known prophet that I am, I would know that the bridge tile is there. I would simply opt out of it.
Simply don't take the bridge tile. It's a
Yeah.
slow tile. Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows and everyone hates it. Does
Finding
get
a
to
pretty
see
good room
armor-
here there. With
Yeah,
armored
absolutely.
witches and unarmored spearmen.
What's he looking for? Different love, it would seem. Another boon.
Yeah. I think differently. I'm not actually sure if it's one of those that opens up unhealthy fixation, but either way, it doesn't matter. He's not really looking for anything else right now, so
Yeah, empty inside is like the only thing left that he actually really wants from
empty
Aphrodite.
inside, sweet surrender. Either of
Yeah.
those would be fine, but he's not hurting for damage.
No, he's doing pretty good for himself. This stinky bird. I
Hey, there it is.
there's
Epic
two
sweet
things
surrender.
picked up. Which means unhealthy fixation is picked up, but I doubt he'll be going out of his way for much more Artemis anyway.
Yeah.
And a lot of armored enemies in this 33 thus far. Ooh, unarmored swordsmen, not great, but the armored spearmen do a little bit of work in offsetting it. I don't think they're that high of value compared to like armored witches and stuff, but like they're still fine. He is in and out like a bandit in 2 to 3 waves.
And there's
And
another Aphrodite.
He's
Actually has
actively
unhealthy
avoiding
fixation online.
his second hammer, and I'm actually all here for it.
Yeah, hammers on sword, infamously terrible.
I think there's a very real chance you just get griefed by your second hammer.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Shiitake picking up that heart rend. Not too
Yeah.
upset about it.
And they're not trailing too far behind realistically.
This is
Uh,
recoverable.
Absolutely. Dying Lament picked up as well. Just really the rich are getting richer as we speak. No insane free rooms picked up here though. And I will say, getting reports from the booth that there is a triumphant victory for chat as they can now say fuck.
Drop your F-bombs.
Chat,
can rejoice.
drop the fucks. Especially the Timbos.
Exclamation mark, fuck Tempo. In chat.
Don't do that one. Just say fuck Timbo.
Disapprove of Jimbo.
Save yourself. Also,
big shout outs to Sparkly for having to moderate whatever that is.
yeah. Bit of a slow heroes, I will say, for Seagull, all things considered. Don't believe he has Hunter's Mark, which definitely hurts.
Hunter's Mark will definitely help your heroes fight a lot. Meanwhile, Shiitake doing a pretty good job of managing these 3 dashes.
Absolutely.
Not really seeing too many errant standing attacks, but that drunken dash is really hurting.
Seagull now entering Styx, drunken dash doing its best at common level 2.
It really is doing its best.
Maybe they're looking for splitting headache.
Splitting headache, low tolerance, you know?
Yeah, huh? Big stonks. More crit chance.
It's more crit chance. It's like it's like a lot of crit chance.
Well, you know, that
like
word
a
a lot.
big pressure points. It's like a big pressure point. There's some. It's 12% crit chance if you have all the low tolerance stacks.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, we have neither splitting headache nor low tolerance, and we are in chamber 34.
I will say, piercing wave is definitely a good pickup for second hammers. It's like the second good hammer that this weapon has, so that's cool.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Although I'd go so far as to say that it's not fully optimal to have Dejin piercing wave.
Really?
I don't know. Piercing wave feels like it slows down my dash strikes for me personally.
Interesting.
I could be wrong, and it could be fully like just full on placeboed, but it feels like it slows me down.
There's the
Splitting
splitting
headache picked up. All right, we've got. I can't believe it. We found pressure points too.
We've got the Shiitake build.
The full buy gets the Hunter's
And
Mark.
he's-
That's very good.
Mr. Big Spender here in the end shop does not care about the potential for buying back DDs. Who needs them, says Shiitake.
Who needs them? I've got a penalty box. I'll be fine. End quote Shiitake.
You know, if you purely look at the time, Seagull is ever so slightly ahead. But
Yeah.
if you look at the amount of green boons, Shiitake is firmly in the lead.
It's a mental victory, you know?
It's a mental victory.
And
It's a
sometimes
moral
that's what you have to play for when you have Dio Dash entering Styx.
and no DDs. Hey,
And
there's
no
one.
DDs. Hey, there we go. God, full bought a shop, hit up a well, full, bought a DD. That's
Just
so
barely,
much
too.
gold.
Just barely.
How did they have that much gold? That's insane.
No, they have none.
Nah, well, you know, who needs it? It stakes.
Who needs it?
Seagull hitting up the well, about to exit, or the fountain rather. And Cerberus has been vanquished. He's fine.
A very solid time for a Seagull on this first one.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a strong start. And I've kind of been thinking that I think your first weapon is probably the most important in these races.
Probably.
Especially
Helps you set
when
yourself mentally.
yeah.
It's very rare that someone is able to do what Ananke did last race, which is bomb first weapon and then just absolutely crush it on the next two.
I will argue Musaeus was running loose for rail at the end.
It's true.
So, you know, definitely helps out. But I do agree, it is very rare to see a first weapon loss into a victory.
Especially in a multi-weapon format like this, it's very tough to regain that lead.
I will say, good guy Seagull, letting Shiitake get to enjoy and experience Hestia Rail. I do also think it's absolutely based to just immediately ban Hestia in front of Seagull's stupid idiot face. Throw the egg all over it.
Big fan of Shiitake.
I'm a big Shiitake fan after that.
Call him facts because he did not care about Seagull's feelings.
I will say that exact situation Seagull was in is one of the few cases I'll argue for Dad Call on Nemesis, where you're able to pull up.
Delivery.
Yeah, you have rush delivery. You're able to pull out greater call on dad lasers to actually make it, so that way you can just maintain a lot of damage.
True, that's quite nice. And meanwhile, Shiitake heading into their third tunnel. Not too
Yeah.
far behind here.
This is definitely a reasonable lead that Seagull has, but it's not to the point where I'm worried about Shiitake's chances.
A healthy lead. And meanwhile, Seagull heading into Beowulf, a weapon he's fairly comfortable on, I'd say.
Absolutely. And well, not
Struggling a bit
comfortable
to find
finding his
the
keepsake.
And onto the second weapon.
And he's off.
And he's off.
Speaking of people being off, Shiitake picking up the Cerberus sack, getting ready to hand it off and start his own their own dad fight.
Meanwhile,
not out of you.
Shiitake picking up a epic flood shot, or not Shiitake, Seagull picking up an epic flood flare with God's Legacy. You love to see
Definitely an exciting start to Beowulf run. And a Chaos Gate, which, truth be told, I think I would have missed.
Yeah, probably. And Shiitake's managed to buy back two, not one, but two Death Defiances in this.
Good lord. They sure are safe.
The chances of a penalty box are low, but who knows? It is Nemesis Sword.
Penalty box chances may be low, but the damage sure ain't high. It has to be said.
The Acorn stripped away. Acorn charges almost like they're nothing.
Dad really just beating ass. It's the armored great shields don't help because they just spam projectiles if you're not close to them. If you do get close to them, they spin attack you. Absolutely nightmare.
And eating that boiling blood, this could be painful.
I didn't catch what Seagull's upside was from that chaos, but he definitely has.
He settled for a health.
Definitely currently has Inferno bombs in Tartarus, I would like to note. Which can get kind of scary kind of quick with numbskulls.
Shiitake not getting penalty box, moving on to the next weapon.
Let's fucking go. Can I get a let's fucking go in chat for Shiitake?
And we're getting a Beowulf on Beowulf matchup here on second weapon.
What a surprise. I've never seen this before in my life.
Can't say I saw this coming. Nemesis into Beowulf? Who would do it? Crazy.
Absolutely insane. A lot of Poseidon picked up for Seagull here.
Yeah, Flood Flare kind of puts you in a weird position where you want to see some Poseidon, up to a point. And then after that, the boons you take open up second wave or huge catch, neither of which are ideal.
There's Tidal Dash picked up.
Taking Tidal Dash is a little bit odd without Charge Shot. It can sometimes knock enemies out of your casts, but with Flood Flare, the AoE is usually wide enough where you don't really care.
Yeah. Well, maybe sometimes you care. I'm like convinced the knock-up of a Dash Strike and Tidal Dash can stack so that enemy gets pushed away twice as far. Don't know if it's true or not. I'm convinced
the Dash
of it,
Strike
though.
shouldn't, but the Bull Rush does do knockback.
Yeah. I will say, it is a bit unfortunate. Seagull is more or less a biome ahead at this point. He's cleaning up his Chamber 12, about to finish up Tartarus here. Another palm in the Flood Flare. It's pretty well palmed. 3 is definitely a really good place to be.
We haven't really run into any, and another Poseidon picked up.
This bird has so many core boons. I'm excited to see the Artemis call have to be taken.
Wisely picking up the Tempest Flourish over the Breaking Wave. You'd think at first Breaking Wave is a pretty strong pickup. The problem is that Beowulf already demolishes sticks, and Breaking Wave opens up second wave, which you do not want to see instead of Mirage Shot.
Wait, you mean you don't want Orange Boon? But Shrimmer, Orange Boon good. Why no Orange Boon? I will say it'll be interesting to see. You spoke to the reliability of Hestia, and it will be up against Hera, but I am interested to see if that reliability will be enough to close the gap in third weapon.
it's interesting because I really don't know much about. I know Seagull's very, very proud of his Hestia. I don't know how much Hestia Shiitake has been playing. I had to assume some because they know they're racing in this event. But who knows?
Yeah,
Remains to be seen.
remains to be seen. Seagull needing clarification if Hestia was banned from him, and unfortunately it was.
Picking up that extra cast damage though, that's one of the main scaling options for Beowulf, and there it is.
You get like what, 3? Technically 4 with Urge to Kill.
I guess so.
It's chaos.
What's it, like wave pounding, chaos?
So then
Mirage.
5 if you include Urge to Kill.
Yeah.
Not a lot of options to scale this damage, but finding them always feels very good. Oh yeah, RD2. So there's like 6.
Yeah, Seagull's running. He's finding the knockback on the bull rush is a little bit problematic, knocking enemies out of his cast range.
It's a certified Beowulf classic,
It's a
especially
Beowulf
with.
moment.
And it's unfortunate. Happens to the best of us. I will say, very nice thing about Beowulf is numbskull rooms no longer feel very bad. Just from the sheer amount of AoE you get. No one's. Oh! Did you get it? Didn't get the 0 cycle. Seagull definitely went for it, though. I respect it. But the angle was atrocious for it. Risk 13, thoroughly disappointed.
Risk 13 doesn't get to be disappointed. Risk 13 hits it like 50% of the time.
But he swears it's so good.
The best thing about a Risk 13 stream is you'll enter and you can just see him miss a 0 cycle power up. And he'll just go, yeah, the angle was off.
You just
And
point
Shiitake,
and laugh at him for it.
Shiitake picking up a natural Artemis. So
That is very good to see. Also, I just realized that Seagull sold Title Dash. He said,
Yeah,
no thank
why
you.
not?
I have had enough of this. Ooh, Seagull in Chamber 22. Not a fantastic tile. Haven't seen the rest of his enemies.
These enemies are pretty nice.
Yeah.
These Inferno Bombers, very, very high difficulty values.
Ooh, gets an armored burn flanger as well. Definitely nice to see.
Yep.
Or was that a slam dancer? The world may never know. Amir, why did you make the same enemy colored 3 different times for Asphodel? Like 4 different ways?
And getting that cast damage online right before learning, not too bad.
Yeah, definitely
Urge to
really good.
kill,
And
pick
gets
up.
Urge to Kill as well. Definitely gonna have some naughty damage on this Lerny fight.
Indeed.
I can only hope one day that Amir will answer for his crimes.
Amir will be held accountable.
And on that day, it'll be a glorious day.
We'll finally get a Dio Bayo unnerf.
Why would he do that? I don't get it. No one was running it even. And he just nerfed it. For no reason.
See Eurydice, take Eurydice. Who cares if there's a mid shop right over there?
They're both free rooms. Who cares?
They're both free rooms. Seagull getting
the bomb.
finding the spot, hitting all 4 Lerny heads with 1 volley of cast feels amazing.
He had to make up to Risk 13 somehow.
Yeah. So this tile's a little bit interesting because if my eyes don't deceive me, this is a missed mid shop for Shiitake.
It
And
sure
indeed it is.
Classic 1 exit tiles in Asphodel. And it just has so many of them too for such a short biome.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And not
Shiitake-
only so many 1 exit tiles, so many tiles that might as well be 1 exits or are coded as 1 exits.
Yeah, that one's a little weird. Has the
Shiitake
nectar.
It has the nectar, hits the 4-witch
Oh
Meg.
no. Oh no.
Finds
Okay, we
Mirage
did
Shot
get there.
on 2 rolls.
Whew. And
Um,
also, no rolls, but does have nectar for this Hermes, which is also very good.
is this a Hermes?
I believe so.
Very unfortunate.
It is.
Let's see. Do they get the rush delivery? And they do.
Ooh.
Very fortunate.
Upgrade. Let's fucking go.
And
Yeah, I don't
this
know.
could either be a very quick room or a very slow room, depending on what these wave makers decide to do. And it's looking like the latter.
It's looking pretty slow.
It's looking like the latter. Sometimes you can nuke
Patty.
them off spawn like that, and other times they just jump around for 5 minutes and waste all your time.
It's really a reaction speed tech or check of can I kill them in time after they have spawned. Ooh, there's Mirage shot picked up for Sheagull. Yeah, he's gonna do a lot of damage right about now.
He's gonna do a bit of damage.
His hammers are kind of stinky. I didn't quite catch what the first one was, but I definitely saw at least 2 special hammers offered. And the Beowulf specific hammer isn't like terrible, but it's no charge shot. It's no ferocious guard. It's no sudden rush.
Yeah. It just kind of is. Not even like a breaching rush. Like a breaching rush at least speeds up Lerny very, like a whole lot. And Tartarus. Just trying to make the most of this special hammer. And the game is punishing him for it.
Yeah.
Beowulf special, infamous for missing literally anything it could possibly hit.
Why did they even give Beowulf a special button? I'm still trying to figure it out.
See, there are times when special is the correct move. They're few and far between, but there are times when it's correct to hit the special button. The problem is, specialing once might not be a mistake, but specialing twice sure is.
Yeah. I feel like when the second you commit to hitting the special button the second time, Amir just pops out of the monitor and cracks an egg over your head. Calls you an idiot, points and laughs at you, and then just disappears into the aether.
Maybe calls your phone number if you're alien.
Yeah, true. I think Musaeus needs to go on a new crusade. He got 1 frame restored to the sword dash. He needs to get Diobeo unnerfed. Because it's truly a crime.
It really is.
I will say, if there was ever a comeback opportunity for Shiitake, it's right now. They are set up quite well.
Mm-hmm. Picking up that passion dash, looking for a heart run. You know, it's not going to do much until they get, you know, like a charge shot or something, but you never hate to see it.
They also hit the fabled pre-learning Mirage shot, which definitely helped speed up that fight. Absolutely melted. Definitely a bit of a cursed Chamber 34 for Seagull.
A little bit. Shiitake taking Minotaur Rush over Ferocious Guard. A little bit of an interesting pick there.
Interesting. Very interesting. When are you ever full charging your Bull Rush as Beowulf? We must ask ourselves.
The nice thing about Minotaur Rush is it sure does do a lot of damage. But
Yeah.
God, is it slow. Doing a full charge Bull Rush is quite something.
It's more forgivable if you have Charge Shot, I feel.
It's more forgivable if you have Charge Shot. If you have
Because
Charge
that combo
Shot,
is
just
kind of gross.
a ton of damage.
Crits for like
Shiitake
1200
not
or
electing to
something.
push the mini-boss back. I'm a little bit curious about that one.
Maybe they just want to go on ahead and get it out of the way. I don't really
Fair
know.
enough.
It
Understandable.
is probably
I
better
would
to
say.
push it back a bit further, but you know, maybe they simply would rather not.
Meanwhile, Seagull finishing off the heroes in style. It's always nice when you can finish off both heroes with like the same volley of casts.
Yeah, definitely feels good. A hydraulic might is a boon.
It is a boon that exists. It doesn't really do much on Beowulf unless you have charge shot, but you know, at this
It is a
point,
boon.
you just take a boon and move on. At this point, Shiitake is just looking to get through these rooms as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
The boons, there's no boon that really speeds him up as much as the ones he already has. I don't know.
There is Heart Rend. No charge shot though.
If I'm Shiitake, there's a chance that I just run straight through that shot, honestly.
Yeah, I think I do too. I think if I'm Shiitake in this situation, where like my build is as good as it's gonna get, and as good as the game's gonna let it get, I'm just full sprinting through, not buying anything, not really taking boons unless I absolutely have to and stuff like that.
Fair enough. You can maybe walk in by the random pub. It's not a menu, but
yeah. Seagull on first Sticks chamber or tunnel?
I believe so. This might be the second, actually.
Maybe second. That's a pretty high chamber count.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's second. We'll go with second.
And he has damage. He's not hurting for damage at all.
No. Oh. And just when you thought Seagull's chamber 34 was bad.
You like
Huge
unarmored
style.
swordsmen? You like armored swordsmen? What about both? Hey, it's getting a little bit better with
That's
the
salvage.
armored witches, but oh god, these armored swordsmen just really spawn forever, don't they?
Yeah. I will say armored Voidstones also have quite the high difficulty value.
True.
So that also definitely helps out a lot.
There's Hunter's Mark.
Yeah.
Right before Eris. Skipping over that shot. Good enough. And Shiitake has the appropriate number of megs from Night Spindles. Unfortunately, Theseus blocking the first volley of cast doesn't phase at the same time, but
yeah,
they're going to go down pretty quick.
Sad.
They're going to go down pretty quick. Oh,
yeah.
Getting stun locked by Demeter and Minotaur feels kind of bad, but
it's truly a hero's classic.
It is a hero's classic.
And Seagull finishing up or entering that as Shiitake is heading on up to Styx. So still a bit of a biome gap, but who knows? Haribo could be very stinky and Hestia could be very good for all we know.
Who knows? Hera, known as a pretty famously consistent weapon. So
it could be stinky. You never know.
It could be stinky.
Hesia's pretty fast.
Meanwhile, Seagull is not lacking for damage at all. Snowburst, probably one of the best secondary boons for Beowulf.
Oh yeah.
We've known that Snowburst is amazing for Hera. A lot of the high heat players like Pseudo have been saying for a long time that Snowburst is possibly one of the best boons you can get on Beowulf. You just cast so much of the time.
Yeah. I will say, Seagull got hit with another certified classic of dash striking over the spawn circle. So he got hit because if you didn't know, dash striking removes your iframes on dash.
Yeah. Taking pressure points, not a bad pickup with that Heart Rend.
No,
if you cast crit, it's going to crit for a lot.
It's going to be a huge number.
A big blue number, for sure.
Oh, no, though. Pretty solid times.
Pretty solid times for both racers. Really? Honestly, this is Shiitake carrying over some of that baggage from that Nemesis run.
But they're definitely doing a good job, just time-wise, clawing their way back to a much better
very
time
solid,
to finish.
a very respectable Beowulf run.
And here we see Seagull starting off on Haribo. I do think that if there was ever a time, especially with a good Beowulf run, to really help close out the distance a fair bit, I think there's a chance we can see a bit of a comeback from Shiitake here. A little bit. It'll all come down to the Hestia, though.
Very, very terrible Styx RNG for Shiitake, finding almost small rats in every single room.
Much like unarmored swordsmen, they have like no difficulty value whatsoever. Oh, geometry at its finest.
Geometry, the Beowulf. The Beowulf is a strong weapon that has one major nemesis, and that's geometry.
I will say, exciting amounts of boss damage entering Hades. No braid to really send her home, but it'll definitely be a fairly quick dad fight, I'd imagine, unless
in the
Dad
meantime,
continues
Seagull
to be bastard.
after putting the first palm in his cast, picks up extra cast for chamber rewards previews hidden, which, as everybody knows, is a free curse if you just pick the right rooms.
It's optimal, honestly. It's also like the shortest chaos curse too, so it's not even that bad. See,
just pick the
obviously
right room.
He wants to pick the left chamber here. He may be baited into the right chamber, but left chamber is
I think the right chamber might. Right chamber kind of feels like a trial to me. Left chamber feels like mid-shop.
Absolutely.
Ooh, Godwell.
Ooh.
Picking the right chamber.
There he is. He's baited by the closer chamber.
And
it's not terrible.
That might be a mid-shop miss, but this is an
that
amazing
might
chamber
very
anyway.
well be a mid-shop miss, though. Ooh, looks like he's going for the controversial all-right chamber strategy.
Does not pay off for him. Finding a trial.
It's a trial. Yep, there it is.
It's a trial.
Missed. Oh, he already missed mid-shot for the chaos, according to the booth.
Rolling on that Aphrodite is a little bit interesting.
That's bold.
Not sure what he's looking for. Maybe a sweet surrender?
Could be. I will say, these Armored Thugs, Armored Thug trial actually isn't horrendous. It's slow because they spawn in one by one mostly, but it's not, like, terrible. Although, Athena being mad does slow it down a bit, but he is out of the trial.
Better than Aphrodite being mad. And Seal's really saying no to the parting shot. Denying an epic divine strike there.
I will say, Athena attack is kind of stinky.
Athena attack is kind of stinky.
Unarmored witches, but he just absolutely plows through them. Still gets a hammer as well. I'm gonna say it. That Enshrouded Curse was optimal. It's done before the Furious as well. Whew, running out of words.
It is about the worst that Enshrouded Curse could have gone, and it wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Perfect shot picked up.
Meanwhile, Shiitake starting this very, very nice Hestia run.
Might see a
the
snowburst.
first time we're going to see Hestia in this.
No snowburst. And no more rolls for Mr. Bird. Creator Evasion picked up from Hermes.
Unlucky.
And Rail Special, once again being Rail Special and deciding to go to the exact opposite direction that it was shot in. You'll love to see it. Ooh. This could be a Battle Rage.
Could be a very nice Battle Rage. Picks up Blood Frenzy instead. It's fine. Battle Rage is still in the pool.
Yep. Always good to see. First hammer as well. I do think it's interesting. Oh, wait, that's right. This wasn't seeded. I was going to say I think it's interesting to not seed for a good hammer. Rocket Bomb's not bad.
Rocket Bomb's not bad. So
especially if you can
one thing that's come up in conversation pretty frequently about Hestia is that Hestia is a very good weapon in the early biomes where enemies don't have a lot of health and you can just one-shot them. It struggles a lot versus Dad, and maybe a little bit in Elysium. So one of the most common ways to actually scale Hestia damage is with something like cluster rockets.
Oh, yeah. Especially since you want Artemis in the pool anyway, if I'm not mistaken, for the attack. So you can also flex it over to a special. Because Rocket Bombs with Artemis special is quite good.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, that's a natural Artemis.
Very good to see. Hits the sneak meg. Cleans the sneak up instantly.
That's just Hestia things.
Seagull.
Just Hestia things.
Yep. And there's Artemis in the pool and on the attack. I actually wonder if forcing Artemis anyway is correct in Asphodel.
Probably. Just to get Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, you can get Hunter's Mark, you can get the special. I think there's a lot of good hits there.
That being said, Aphrodite special has been like the classic take, just for Heartrend. But and Aphrodite rockets don't do too much. They don't do bad damage on their own. Aphrodite has like the highest base modifier.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised. That's a heartbreaker right there.
Yeah.
Shiitake getting offered 3 free rooms at once. You take the special over, you take chaos over anything on Hestia.
Yeah.
Rolls away from the dash strike. Finds an attack anyway.
Very interesting. I guess there's the argument for the higher rarity potential on the attack for after the roll.
Fair enough.
But chaos is also kind of a bastard, and you'll never see higher rarity there. As unfortunate as it is. And it seems as though Seagull does manage to hit a 0 cycle Meg.
Searching around the room for a little bit here in this tile. Obviously,
Yeah,
Seagull not checking out Lily's guide. The bombers are always on the right side.
Yeah.
If you come in on the right, they'll always be on the right. If you come in on the left, they'll always be on the left.
Shoutouts to Lily for that tile guide, by the way. Very, very useful.
Probably the most comprehensive. See green boon, take green boon. We have Mirage Shot on a non-cast weapon again. I think we've seen Mirage Shot on non-cast weapons more than we've seen Mirage Shot on cast weapons today.
Yeah, I think Musaeus is to blame for swaying it in that favor, but I do agree. I think we have.
I think we have to give some of the credit to Shiitake now, don't we?
Yeah. God, if only it was good. Well-known cast.
Why isn't my Mirage Shot? Why isn't my Mirage Shot good with no cast boon? Seagull thinking better of an epic frost strike. Still just has no attack boon, no core boons really.
Who needs them?
Aside from that cast.
It doesn't even have snowburst, but who needs it?
Well, you know, it isn't called an attack weapon. It isn't called a special weapon. It's a cast weapon.
It is a cast weapon. I do think Seagull is kind of getting Harried here. So
He's
especially in
getting
Asphodel. I think we'll see some big moves from Shiitake at the end of this. What with Zeus instead? That's actually very interesting.
Yeah, forcing Zeus, I believe for the call, but I'm not sure what the play is here because you still need Aphrodite to get anything out of this call.
Yeah. I guess Afro in Elysium maybe, but I still like getting Afro in the pool earlier, I think. See Eurydice, take Eurydice. Truly a classic. It is a bit an early Eurydice, so it's not, optimal, but, free rooms are free.
Yeah, this is a very interesting take from Shiitake, for sure.
They just take Nectar?
They did.
They did take Nectar. Very interesting.
I'm not sure what else to take. Maybe Rarity on the title dash.
Yeah.
But
maybe Gamble, maybe Palms.
Yeah. It'd be ideally, maybe you just get this into both Hermes, but it'll be hard to stretch it to the second.
Ooh.
Rolling twice, getting hyper sprint.
Type
Honestly, I'm not sure if that epic special speed was worth rolling over with Rocket Bomb.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
There's our Zeus.
Definitely interesting to see what they're looking for out of it.
Shiitake, very consistent with this wet. Hits all four.
Yeah, had me a little worried. I don't know about you.
That's how it's done, folks.
Just simply hit all four. It's not even hard.
Rolls once for Zeus's aid, finds it. No rolls heading into the second Hermes, though.
Does still have the Nectar, though, I believe? Ooh,
does still have
and
the
it's a fountain on chamber 22. That's... The gap is closing.
Hey, and there's the rush delivery.
There it is, yeah, no. I think Shiitake just does a lot of damage now. Like, gross damage, even. I go as far as to say. Opting for the palm over the battle rage potential.
And the tough part here is that Shiitake can't really force Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Unless they're really happy with a 5-god pool here. It's a little bit of a stretch to try to get Aphrodite and Smoldering and Heartrend at this point.
That is a very big ask, yeah. God, what do you do here? This is certainly a bit of a sticky situation.
I think perhaps if you find an attack jerky or special jerky in the well, you just take that Huron keepsake and go.
Could be. I don't like coin purse. I don't like Mom Pom and Elysium post nerfs.
This is a pretty nice time for Shiitake coming out of Asphodel.
Very nice time.
That is a Hestia time right there.
Maybe Artemis?
I think Seagull might be too far ahead here.
Yeah, it's Aphrodite.
Forcing Aphrodite.
We do have a 5-god pool.
Sending out a prayer. Has a dream.
I will say if they do manage to pull it off, it will be...
If they do manage to get Smoldering, Aphrodite cluster rockets with Heartrend, this will be a lot of damage, but it's such a huge if.
Yeah. I will say Rocket Bomb entering Elysium without a cast or a special boon certainly does start to feel really bad. It's about like Charge Shot. Picks
And
up targeting system.
yep, rockets, not ideal, not clockets.
No clockets. No good attack hammer there either. Just like double unfortunate. Because I feel like you're okay. I don't know a ton about Hestia, but I feel like you're okay settling for like Ricochet or Piercing if
Ricochet
you
and
don't get
piercing are
offered
pretty good hammers.
the clockets there.
Targeting is a fine settle, but obviously it's not cluster, Ricochet, or
Yeah.
piercing.
It's not like what you're really looking for when you go in there.
Now, wrist in chat is mistaken. It's rockets, like targeting rockets, not rockets, like triple rockets.
Yeah. Classic Risk 13 mistake, well known for making them. And palming up the Zeus's aid. Finally getting our Aphrodite and mid-shot, or mid-boss.
There is a chance that if we buy out all of Stick's shop, we just get everything.
There is a chance. I will definitely say well done to Shiitake for closing down the gap. Because the gap was pretty sizable, and they've managed to claw their way through. Pretty well, I will say.
And there's a Heartbreak Flourish.
Will certainly help. It's not the in a vacuum most damage, but it is very close between Afro and Artemis.
I'm actually wondering if you anvil here.
Maybe.
The interesting thing about, Hestia is that there are a lot of bad rail hammers for like Zagrail or Eris that have like very specific hammer preferences. But on Hestia, where no hammer really bricks you, you can just kind of send it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Although there is the terrifying thought of like, what if spread fire or something,
Spread fire, honestly, spread fire Hestia isn't the worst thing.
But is it the best thing? Is it better than
Not
what
really.
we have now,
It's not better, but it's kind of net neutral, where it doesn't really do anything.
I am interested to hear Shiitake's thoughts on the Zeus Force. I will say, I think that put them in a little too sticky of a situation in this Elysium.
Yeah, Jonathan chat pointing out spread fire only affects the second shot onward, so it doesn't actually change the empowered shot.
That's fair. So it's more of like a nothing hammer then.
It's a net nothing, yeah.
Okay.
Palming their Zeus's aid to a level 5. God. They are hurting for a smoldering air right now.
Yeah. If they get it, it's huge. I'd almost argue it's bigger than Heartrend with a level 2 Artemis attack.
Yeah.
I will say not a ton of levels in our title dash, which will continue to hurt as we go.
Yeah. And only a common chaos. This boss fight might end up being pretty slow.
Yeah. Seagull picking up Heartrend. He found a second core boon in the end.
Both runners finding Heartrend at about the same time.
Actually pretty good. I believe this is End Shop as well. Picking up Hidebreaker.
Hidebreaker over Clean Kill is an interesting take, but ultimately that's a very low impact boon.
Man, this hero's damage kind of hurts to see. I'm not gonna lie.
Hero's damage is a little bit painful, and this is really where Hestia starts to fall off. Getting a greater than 2k crit on Minotaur does feel pretty good, though.
Always feels good. Big crits, big good. Seagull is done with sticks, entering the Dat fight. And I think, despite it being much closer than it was in the end, I do think it's this might be a bit of a Seagull dub.
The fat lady might be singing a little bit.
He could always get penalty boxed.
He could always get penalty boxed.
You get penalty boxed twice even.
On Hera, not very likely, but is possible.
I will say Shiitake does have a chance for the Smoldering Air in Styx. There is an Artemis on the small reward. the non-mini boss reward, so they could end up picking that up. But I will say, even missing out on a lot, Seagull's damage is still quite good. It is still level 9 Aphrodite cast. Haribo.
Yeah. The nice thing about Aphrodite cast is it just do damage.
Yeah.
Mirage Shot is nice to have. It's not like Flood Shot where you're desperate for a Mirage Shot.
Yeah, no. Oof.
Oh,
Right.
well, getting Charlie Brown by Dad.
Truly a classic.
Truly a Hera classic.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And there's the last DD. We are in Infinity D territory for
It
Seagull.
might happen. We might see the penalty box. Will he get pushed out? No?
That clutch dodge.
Yeah.
From
Greater
Greater
Evasion
Evasion.
really coming in clutch here. And
it's
Eagle
on.
sneaks out the win. I was worried.
I was worried.
The terrifying thing about losing your first DD and Dad is you're almost guaranteed to lose the second next time you get hit, which means
Yeah,
you're
Seagull-
almost guaranteed to lose the third next time you get hit.
Seagull triumphantly in chat proclaiming, no box.
No box. And we're gonna see Shiitake looking for Smoldering Air here. I am imagining, at the very least. Small rats, definitely not what you want to see.
Oh, and that 2200 crit feels so good. Does it do
Ugh.
anything? No. But
No.
God, it feels nice.
Oh, it's always great. The inverse is whenever you crit an armored enemy for like 5. Let's see. Does it pay off? The big risk. Is it rewarded?
And there's no
No.
Smolder. But there is a sweet surrender.
This Ritter is nice. Do they go shopping?
nice.
No shopping?
No
Not even the
anvils.
anvil.
Not even the anvil.
They gonna circle back? Or they just powering through? Nope. Powering
Just
on
powering
through.
through.
Cerberus has been impressed as we hit up the dad fight. We do crit for like almost a dad phase, so that's cool.
True.
In the first segment at least. In the second segment, it's like 5,200 damage that you need to really power through, and there's only one weapon that could do that. Ooh, Void Stones, and a lot of them too. Never a
is a
good
lot of
thing to
Void
see.
Stones.
And
I don't
there's
think
the
I've ever
Invulnerable
seen
Head.
that many Void Stones without jury summons on.
Yeah, it doesn't happen
Eh.
often.
That Shiitake making short work of that phase though, with a
Oh, yeah.
huge crit.
Huge crits. When we do get the keepsake off, or not the keepsake, the call off, it is a level 5 Zeus call. So like,
It's a lot of damage. And I actually wonder if Shiitake should be getting hit more.
yeah. It's actually a pretty good point.
Although, high confidence stocks so far.
Yeah, that is true. And we do still have 3 acorn charges going into the last health dice of Phase 2 Hades. Targeting
We do have
system also putting in some good work.
We
And
do have
it's
a
all
sniper
done.
rifle. And there's that.
But they're done.
They're done.
Honestly, about as close
Solid
as the
race.
last race. It was
Yeah, pretty
Pretty
solid
close,
race, all
pretty
things
solid.
considered.
And gotta say, congrats to both racers.
Indeed.
Seagull coming out victorious. How you feeling right about now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually really happy about that Hera run, despite getting like a Chaos boon and quick reload and nothing, and common Ravwill and nothing else that really helps
You kind of
Hera.
got nothing. You kind of got none of the Hera things.
So I
I've
mean, I had
never
some.
seen-
I didn't have any free rooms, I think, except for like the Chaos, the 2 Chaos. I just think this was a fantastic example of how Hera's just good. Even like it
Yeah.
has multiple scaling options, but you really only need like 1 or 2 to just eke out like even a half decent run.
that's
Because
right.
like there's one thing that you're guaranteed to see because of how the game throws things at you. You're almost guaranteed to see palms. So
Yeah.
if you can get palms going, you're having a good time.
I do gotta ask you, Seagull. I noticed you passed up on the Divine Strike in Tartarus multiple times. Is there
Yeah,
a
so-
reason you just don't care about Parting Shot?
I mean, upon reflection, I probably should have picked up some Athena core at some point. Honestly, but I was running Fiery Presence, so it's not like a huge buff. I mean, it's still like a Chaos. It's still like a pretty big buff. Like it's like a Chaos cast buff, but it's only when you're getting the backstabs off and so I wasn't I wasn't focusing on it. It's easy to go but look back and say, oh yeah, I should have done that, knowing how the rest of the run went. Boon wise, but I'm not a huge parting shot fan. It's also because I don't have to think as much about the backstabs.
That's fair.
I will say it's impressive and like quite rare to see a runner with almost 3.5 rows of boons picked up and only 2 core boons.
Well, hold on. So according to the Bright 01 school of boon rows, you need to backfill into the core.
Okay, so 3.5 rows.
No. So this is so you do have a chaos there, so that's -1 right there, and then there's a well item, so that's 3 rows.
Why is chaos?
What about
minus
you? You said
one?
you have to
That's
backfill
good.
it. You always said backfill into the cores as well. If you have an empty
True.
core, that doesn't count. So it's less than 3.
No, this is stupid and doesn't make sense. Why is chaos -1? It's still a
I don't
boon.
know.
It's a free run.
It's a boon.
It's a free run.
You're stupid and I hate you. Shiitake, how you doing?
Not too great. That felt really bad on that, especially that Nemesis run.
Yeah.
Nemesis
Like-
run was unfortunate.
Yeah, after I picked up that Drunken Dash on accident, my brain shot off into Elysium, and I realized like, hey, look, I'm at 0 DDs. What happened? Yeah,
Oh, was it a misclick to roll over the cell on the Drunken Dash?
oh, absolutely. I don't know. I thought that it would put my cursor like immediately on the top boon, but apparently it put it on the roll.
Ooh,
So
Unlucky.
yeah,
very unfortunate.
Unlucky.
I will say you did a very good job of clawing back the lead that Seagull had built up off of that Nemesis run. It ended up being a fairly tight race within 2 minutes and some change, which is certainly no easy task considering there was like a 3-minute deficit leaving the first weapon.
yeah, I definitely got pretty good builds on the next 2 weapons. Like I got a pretty early Mirage with good damage on the Bayo, and then that Hestia run was pretty good with the rush delivery and everything. So yeah.
I am curious your thoughts on the Zeus force in Asphodel on Hestia. We were sort of
That's correct.
speculating about it, but I am curious your personal thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm rather new to this Hestia, but from what I've heard from other top runners is that Smoldering Air is just always the thing to go for once you get Artemis. So yeah, I found that it's been very good because like otherwise you don't get to use your call like at all, just because how Hestia works. So
I guess what
always
we
been
were
going for
wondering
that.
about is why the Zeus force over the Aphrodite force.
That one, yeah, I don't know.
I can take that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, someone who's
Did
much
you-
more experienced than I am.
Did you not have any Aphrodite at the time?
I did not.
Yeah, so Zeus Call will still do something. Lightning Reflexes is great. There's Zeus has other stuff you want.
Sure.
All you can get is Heartrend off of Really and Sweet Surrender off of Aphrodite in addition to the core. And if I know you ended up with Rocket, but if you don't have Rocket, Heartrend's really, really difficult. And Heartrend's also less valuable on a weapon with no natural crit rate. So in that
fair.
same situation, I take Zeus and Asphodel every time.
Interesting.
Even with the knowledge of Rocket Bomb First Hammer?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, fair enough. Interesting. Well, there you go. We've all learned something today.
Yes, Seagull trying to vicariously play Hestia through Shiitake.
You got that right.
Well,
Seagull.
congratulations to both of you.
Yeah, huge congrats. Any last minute plugs, shout outs, things of that nature?
Yeah. Speaking of the Nemesis run, 1, I hope everybody saw me get the Ambrosia into the rush delivery. That was very exciting. And 2, I would like someone, probably me, to go back through that run and count how many awful enemy rooms there were. Like it ended up fine. Like I think I played well through them.
A lot.
But like all the way through like half of Elysium, it was like all the little flying away dudes. It's crazy.
I think both of you had like almost all witch rooms in Tartarus, and then all like or numbskulls, and then all like swordsman rooms.
it was truly horrendous.
It was pretty horrific. Not the Nemesis runs you want.
No. But you did hit the gamble and it did hit rush delivery, which is
Oh,
all.
it felt good. It felt good.
It always feels good.
All right. Shiitake, how about you? Any parting words?
I mean, not particularly. I think I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break because it's been for like a couple of us from Hermes Cup. It's been like 2 months of like just being in tournament and having to practice for that. So
Yeah.
definitely need to get a little break in. So yeah.
That's
All right.
very fair.
So,
Well done to both racers. You both came on, put up a great performance. We're going to once again toss it over to an ad break. So get comfy and hunker down. And we're back for the, I believe, good lord, that's
a large Boolean game.
terrible.
Hello. Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Apologies from production for
We apologize on Timba's behalf.
good lord.
Okay, anyway, we're on to our
Anyway.
fourth and final match of the day. Riz, Hooli, how are you doing?
Yeah, my original plan for tonight was to sleep early and to wake up just in time for my race, and I ended up sleeping for like 2 hours and just staying up until my race. So a bit sleep deprived, but I should be fine.
You are facing a Riz team. And Riz, how are you doing?
Oh, just hanging out. Figured I'd just,
Oh, life split, right?
casually qualify for this HD2 with 3 hours to spare, last minute 5th place qualifying time.
While
managed
slated for
to-
commentary, or my dad.
I was slated for commentary. However, Timbo did appear to make it quite clear that it was okay if I participated. So, I mean, what am I to do?
I hate you. Apologies again. on Timbo's behalf, he's really struggling to get the scenes lined up.
Is everything okay? Is Timbo struggling?
We'll live.
Yeah.
Okay.
While we're waiting, why don't we go into lineups? Wrist, what weapons are you bringing?
I'm going to bring Nemesis, Achilles, Beowulf, Hera.
Okay.
Huh. All right.
And Huli, which one are you banning?
I'm banning Hera.
Huh.
Huh.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Huli, what's your lineup?
My lineup is Hera, Hestia, Nemesis, and Beowulf.
And Risk 13,
And Risk?
what is your ban?
Hera, Hestia, Nemesis, and Beowulf. I think I will ban Hestia.
Okay.
really pulling one out of the bag there, huh? Thinking hard.
Man, we've never seen these bans before.
All right.
The classic
And with that-
HG2 pick.
Why don't you guys get set for your first weapons?
Yes.
All right, and preference between text and vocal countdown.
Hold on, I have to set up my mirror.
I'm good with text.
Oh, you are a villain.
Oh my god.
You are a villain.
Can we ban him?
Here we go. Okay.
Well. All right.
All right. My deafen button
Here's
works,
your will.
so I think I'm good to go.
All right.
Me, yeah.
So I will take a voice countdown.
Okay. And Huli?
Yeah,
You
I'm good
prefer
with text.
text
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
text?
Text.
Well, then I'll get you on the text. Anything that... Oh, she can't hear me.
Oh.
Gotta let them know. All right.
Okay, ready? And Seth, why don't we get ready? 3, 2, 1, and go.
Oh, I actually got there. And they're off. Risk 13,
off.
having the slight advantage of hearing go in real time. I hate that he has the eyes up on his stream, but no
Can
face cam.
we talk about how Rist is a complete villain?
Yes.
Rist is a complete villain, starting Nemesis, seeding for an epic doom instead of double edge, and starting Mom Pom.
Yeah, no, he's going Nemesis.
He's going Merciless.
Absolute stinky bastard of a playstyle for this once pure weapon.
Meanwhile, Huli picking up a epic. I think that was a rare backstab damage.
Yeah,
On Chaos. Not too bad. Not too bad.
It's not
You're
terrible.
not upset to see that.
I will say another enshrouded chaos picked up. It is just optimal. I will die on the hill, especially when you get one chamber rooms like this. It's even better.
You don't mind. I really hope he gets offered Flurry slash Curse slash and World Splitter. It would be beautiful.
I hope he has to settle for like World Splitter. Maybe a Flurry slash. Who knows?
And there's a double edge anyway. I hate it here.
Double edge anyway.
Just gets double edge without seeding it. I hate this guy.
God.
That's a
I
very
think I
quick
hate him
chamber
more
right
than Musaeus, honestly. Also, Holy one chamber exits for Huli. She fucking made out like a bandit with that enshrouded chaos.
Completely free curse.
Holy
well, Risk
shit.
on the other hand finds a fountain. Not too upset about that. But this chamber should be very quick for Huli. All Skullomats and a natural Aphrodite right there.
Very good to see. Not too great to have to roll for it twice even. That kind of
rolling
hurts.
Twice for the special is a little bit much.
You get the special. Yeah, I do think there is a point where you have to accept that.
And a natural Zeus. That is incredible. Amazing. Perfect god pool for Nemesis.
I do think there is a point with Nemesis where after the first roll, you have to have a very serious, quick conversation with yourself, and you say, I hate it, it's stinky, but I will accept Passion Dash.
Yes. But it's fine. Another natural Aphrodite. Here's a chance at Heart Run or Smoldering Air. And honestly, of the two, I'd much rather have Smoldering Air.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just
Heartrend
the
anyway.
Heartrend
You
anyway.
don't say
Yeah,
no.
yeah. You say yes, please, thank you, Lady Aphrodite. I appreciate it.
Huli getting the rare
Both,
double chaos.
yeah, both
Entirely.
runners picking up a chaos, and Hooli's just so
Huli
happened to be
really.
perfectly
Oh,
spaced.
that is a Sisyphus. Oh well,
I think
chaos
that's
is
fine.
better.
It's
Chaos is
crit
better.
nemesis. You definitely want the chaos wrist picking up.
Finding
Ooh,
both runners having basically a perfect Tartarus here.
what was the
Wrist
downside for
finding
that
his
epic attack?
natural Athena. It was minus HP.
What did they take in exchange? Was it
Uh,
dash?
for who?
Hooli.
Oh, for Huli, I'm not sure. That looks like a maimed curse.
That is a
looks like
main curse.
Huli is gaming.
Maybe it was dash strike. If it was dash strike, then it's actually like correct, since that tends to be net higher damage. But Hooli
I mean,
coming out
she's
here
not
to
taking
prove to
any
the main
heat.
stage that she
Yeah,
ain't no bitch. We're gonna take the good one.
we're
Let's
gonna take the
fucking
good
go.
one, and you know what? We're gonna take it without losing a DD to Furies.
Absolutely. Tisiphone, no
Absolutely,
less. I
really,
feel
really
like
incredible Nemesis gaming.
it's as easy to take a stray hit to Tisiphone as it is to take a stray hit from Electo. Especially the like hitbox on Tisiphone Dash, it feels so huge.
Yeah, especially on Sword where you kind of autopilot the specials.
Yeah.
Risk picking up a lot of X. That's really gonna help. Although it's kind of scary walking into Asphodel with two different Chaos Curses, especially if they end up stacking on the same stat.
Yeah.
If he ends up with, like 22 max HP, that might be a little bit low. Who knows? Finds a dash strike. Pretty nice. There's not really much you want for Nemesis if you're running ME, and a dash strike can help.
I hate that he's running Nemesis. I am glad that it's not exactly popping off just yet.
And
And
the interesting thing about Nemesis is that while you're on FIS when you're running ME, right?
Mhm.
You're pretty happy to have not overjoyed, but you're pretty happy to have ME and just the special.
yeah.
With Nemesis, you really, really want the dash. It
Oh,
feels
yeah.
so bad if you only have the attack and special.
Rolling for
Wrist
Merciful
rolling
End here.
once, settles for an impending, walks into the Athena.
Also, I can confirm that Hooli did in fact take a purple dash strike, which was correct, and I was dumb
And
and missed
Huli
it.
has gamed so hard, lost 0 DDs from that maimed curse in Asphodel, no less.
Oh, picks up the heart. She's nice and safe now.
Yes. Meanwhile, Risk picking up Merciful End. I was
Still
just
no
waiting for
dash.
that divine dash.
Seeing the Eurydice is always good, especially this late into the biome too.
Now they're gonna be just about tied. Huli struggling a little bit on the switches, but I think they're gonna be heading into Chamber 22 at just about the same time, picking up
Oh
that
yeah.
Hunter Dash, rounding out her build. She's really only looking for Smoldering Air at this point.
Would like to
We're
point out that
struggling
Risk
a little bit
13
with these. Yeah.
has a heroic doom.
Does have a heroic doom. Struggling a little bit with these large enemies in Asphodel, but good enough. Moves on.
Certainly
I
happens.
believe Wrist was looking to upgrade those dashes, but if it upgrades your doom, are you really that upset? Probably
No,
not.
not at all. Picked up the premium vintage and
It
heads
pumps the
on into
vengeance.
learning. This is neck
And
and
they're
neck.
both heading into
Actually.
learning. Literally neck and neck. Huli may
I
be a
am
little bit ahead.
technically Hooli's faster, yeah, by like 4 seconds. Oh, apparently he hit the doom and the dashes.
Oh, he did.
I hate
Good
him.
enough.
I hate him. I hate Riz 13. You know, as again, biased as I am towards my friends when they're competing in things, God, I want Riz 13 to lose so fucking bad. And it's
Wonder if
twofold.
it's so it's interesting because Wrist is really using the full volley of dash strikes here. And he does have ME, so it might be more efficient versus the heads to just do a single dash strike and special.
Yeah. Hooli closing
Picture
it out just a
perfect.
little bit ahead.
Yeah, finishing learning at just about the same time. We have a race. We have a race.
This is like twofold terrible if Risk 13 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Because for one, it means Risk 13 wins.
Huli getting a light of X.
That's big. Honestly, this is really exciting because this is the most chaoses we've seen in a single run, and it's on Nemesis.
It's on Nemesis. This you gotta love it.
It's so nice. But not only that is like Risk 13 winning, at least this first segment, means that Nemesis lovers are like get more fuel to their fire.
Oh my gosh, that's a dash strike chaos.
Yeah, you definitely take
I
that
wonder.
dash strike chaos.
I wonder why she passed that up. Honestly,
I don't know. Maybe she missed it. Maybe
might have been just a
may have been a
RTA brain
misclick.
pick a curse. Yeah,
could have also been a misclick. Maybe like a down input got eaten or something.
might have.
She
had a lot of rolls. So.
For
oh no, she did. Yeah, breaching slash is a fine second hammer.
Especially in Elysium, where you'll start to see a lot more armored enemies, typically.
And there's a hyper sprint for Huli. Is that our first armies? That's a really good question.
I don't know. Maybe.
Either way, Risk picking up the dash. Oh, is Risk picking up the dash?
No.
Risk picking up the dash.
I tried to will Risk not picking up the dash into existence. I tried so hard.
So Risk is full build online. Huli is one chamber ahead, but God, a full ME build is so strong.
Yeah.
And finding a fountain, that's going to even it out.
Ooh, there is Smoldering, though. That's huge.
Oh my lord, what a race.
Good lord, what a first segment.
Both racers just getting literally everything they could possibly want.
It's always exciting to see just the nuts get handed out so freely like this.
Yeah. All of them. Not just some of the nuts, all of the nuts.
Nah, it's just the full nuts. Both runners staring smugly at each other across the poker table, knowing that both of them have royal flushes in their hands.
Yeah. And this is a beautiful room for Huli right here, this chamber 22, full of armored flame wheels. And same for Risk with these chariots.
God, this is literally neck and neck. This is insane.
Neck and neck, perfect race. We'll see what Huli gets from this Hermes here. Could be quite nice. Let's see.
I will say, since it's visually neck and neck,
and there's an epic rush delivery.
All right, no, it's over. It's over. Huli wins this one.
Bridge tile.
Good lord.
Well, so it's hard to say because this is bridge tile with armored enemies, while Risk 13 has a unarmored flame wheels. I think I'd have to give Huli the edge here.
Yeah, absolutely. And God, epic rush delivery is so much damage.
Epic rush delivery is a lot of damage. Ooh, taking another DD though. Huli's got to play this a little bit safe.
I will say, since it's visually neck and neck, Risk 13 gets a 34 chaos, which is very big.
The 34 snip is so huge.
With it visually being so close, this may actually be a race where it comes down to live split, because
it may come down to live split.
Up until like right now, Huli was technically like 5 seconds ahead.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, that chaos leaves no doubt in our minds. Risk is ahead heading into Heroes.
And I hate him for it.
I hate him for it. Very close race, though. Very close first race.
Ooh, bit of dancing in the shop. It's definitely,
yeah,
it happens.
It's
not something you
no need
to
buy things, but oh my lord, Risk has some damage.
Yeah, excited to see. I don't think we have Hunter's Mark, which is the big downside, but we certainly do have a whole lot of damage regardless.
We have a lot of chaos. We have Smoldering Air. We have Heart Rend. Double edged. Goodbye, Theseus.
And
a little bit of flooding, but goodbye, Asteris.
All in all, certainly an exciting start to this last match, I've got to say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Didn't quite catch what Risk picked up on this first chamber. Not that it really matters, but
we'll see in time.
You know.
Risk is full build. I think at this point he just avoids menus.
Yeah. Does he have impending?
He does. He has a level 2 impending.
Yeah, no, he
That is
doesn't care.
awesome.
Yeah, his Doom's like doing 500 per proc. He doesn't care.
He does not. Hui not far behind though.
No, absolutely not. Oh,
Both of them first tunnel right here. Goodbye, Giant Bother.
He will be missed.
This crawler room is gonna hurt.
Yeah, especially on something like Nemesis, that deals really well with enemies with like any semblance of a health bar, compared to just like a ton of small enemies. It really hurts to see tiny rats. Which we do get to see. Nice exhibition of Huli's upcoming boss damage. I actually don't know who wins if it's a straight up boss race, honestly.
It's going to be
have
close. A full
so
Nemesis
much
build,
damage.
a full ME build versus a full crit Nemesis build it's so hard to judge. I'd have to probably give the edge to this ME build that Eris has going on with this heroic Doom with
Yeah, I think the heroic Doom is what truly seals the deal.
and the +2 dashes. I think the +2 dashes might just be better than rush delivery here.
Maybe. It's so hard because
oh my lord,
it is epic rush delivery though. You know?
yeah. I mean just for his build.
Oh yeah.
Although he could always buy a rush delivery and end shop.
You could always just also have rush delivery and put the debate to end. That's a level 3 impending Doom. It's like 600 damage per Doom now. He's gross.
Nope, no rush delivery.
Okay, no rush delivery.
Picking up a
Thank
side
God.
hustle as his last boon. That's a Risk 13 move.
I hate Risk 13.
And Huli's behind by about one tunnel. It's not too bad.
Which isn't bad at all. Especially since I've got a feeling
no.
both competitors are going to have a very fast dad fight.
Very fast dad fight, heading into a very fast second weapon.
And I will say, interesting thing to note, we're going to see the first Achilles of the day coming up from Risk 13.
We are going to see the first Achilles of the day. I wonder if it's worth it to high roll for Flurry Jab second hammer, or just settle for serrated if you get offered it.
I think if you're offered first hammer, it is. But if you're not, you desperately need the flurry, I think.
Yeah. Is he running Achilles' second weapon?
Believe so.
Third? So
sounded like it was second.
Yeah, so just to remind the viewers, Achilles is usually a hammer weapon. You take Flurry Jab on it, and you just hold down on the attack button, hold down on the dash button, and kind of just roll your face all over that controller. Unfortunately for Wrist, there is no Flurry Jab on first hammer for Achilles this tournament. He'll have to wait till second hammer to see if he actually gets Flurry Jab.
Although, I will say, Risk 13 does have a history of messing up mod pack updates. Harkening back to Hermes Cup 2 in my race versus Risk 13, when we were supposed to be guaranteed 3 sacks, he got a 2 sack. Curious.
Curious. Yeah, so Flurry Jab is literally removed from the pool of available hammers for first hammer on any spear.
So we'll see if Risk 13 has done the required work.
And Huli finishing off Dad with a nice 16-minute time, switching binds, and there we go.
That was fast.
Holy crap, that was fast.
For a bind switch? Good lord.
That was a very practiced bind switch. You can tell she's done that.
Huli knows what the fuck is up. Hammer start, and okay,
and it's
so
dashing
it's
wall up.
last.
It's got to be dashing wall up there.
Yeah, it's got to be dashing wall up.
Thanks for a bit about those two special hammers, but
as much as I hate Risk 13, I do love watching him play Beowulf.
Risk 13 has probably played the most Beowulf of
He's
of
the
anyone.
Beowulf player of the community.
He's Mr. Beowulf. On the other hand, Huli also has put up some very, very solid Beowulf times. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see this go either way.
Risk took an interesting approach and decided to skip his flood, like his first offered Poseidon for Chaos instead.
Can't blame him. And
can't blame him.
Poseidon.
And he immediately gets the Poseidon. Make it Vareemed.
Has to roll for the cast.
Nah,
Find
there
the
it is.
cast.
All right, never mind. No framing. Huli also not currently in possession. Ooh,
Oh,
plus dash.
finding an extra cast one. That's
Minus
huge.
dash, +1 cast.
That is huge.
Very big.
You take that any day of the week.
Absolutely.
You mean
I still grumble about it.
I had the cosplay serrated point for 3 chambers and I get an extra cast down? Why not?
Alright. Let's see it. Will it happen? Will we manage to make out like bandits and not see anyone get reamed?
And so it looks like both players have picked up a and no one's getting reamed on this fine day.
God bless.
And it looks like both racers have picked up Dashing Wallow. A hammer that
Yeah.
never does nothing. It's amazing hammer in Tartarus, helps you clear out some of those smaller mobs. Especially those witches.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously it's no charge shot, but
No. But
it's not
it's,
terrible.
you know, you don't hate it.
It does something.
It's no special hammer as well.
It's no special hammer, exactly.
Oh. You see, Aphrodite picked up. He just takes life.
Picking up a
affirmation.
non-pummelable boon. Sure, why not?
It's, you know, I like it. I like the idea.
I like to pick up.
Smashing through. These are my favorite rooms.
Interesting. Huli passing up a common Ravwill for just a Nourish Soul. I don't know. Maybe there's an argument you can pick up a higher rarity Ravwill later, but I'm not too
I
sure
hate
about that.
arguments like that personally. Chamber 10 Fountain for Risk 13 into a Chamber 11 mini or mid shop routing.
And there's Hyper Sprint with no
Hyper Sprint
without rolling.
Yeah. He is schmoving.
You mean you have to roll for your Hyper Sprints?
I mean, typically I do, but I guess for your Risk 15, you just kind of get them. Ooh, back-to-back palm rooms for Huli is definitely nice to see.
Very, very nice. Risk taking Breaking Wave, opening second win, and taking an extension Chaos here. So this is a Chamber 13 Chaos. Most people would not take this. Does Risk get punished for it? That's a big dash strike.
That's a big dash strike.
Why not? And he might
my
get Rush Delivery in
God.
Tartarus. Is he going to
There's
get Rush
no
Delivery in
way.
Tartarus?
You can roll twice. There's no way, right?
And there's
Oh
Rush
my
Delivery in Tartarus.
God!
Common Rush Delivery picked up in Tartarus end shop. Holy lord.
Oh my God!
Let's do our HD got in chat.
Yeah, I think we need to inspect these files.
HD has been acquired.
Shit.
Holy lord.
You know, I'm gonna give her 13 credit.
Huli, I think there's an argument for taking the boon rarity there. It's a free Chaos Curse.
Yeah. I'm gonna make an argument for Res 13, and I don't do this often. I actually like the extension Chaos, not just because it worked out and you got a second Hermes, but it does give you the chance of the second Hermes. It also gives you an extra chance at seeing an Artemis on the door before you leave Tartarus, which is also pretty important.
True enough. Yeah, hoping for the 3 tile exit out of Chaos isn't bad. The extension Chaos is just one of those things where you listen to it and something like a Chamber 35 Naked Swordsman just sounds really bad, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
But, you know, it's technically no different.
And I guess arguably it's correct if you're just Res 13 and you get to cheat.
You get to cheat. You know you're getting hyper delivery and end shop. Meanwhile, Huli picking up a Braid of Atlas. Not too bad. So
He
neither
didn't have
racer
to roll
picking up
for it.
natural Artemis. But
That's the thing that angered me the most. He didn't have to roll for it.
Risk rolling once, not getting Artemis attack says, okay, fine. I will take that special that does nothing.
You know, technically, that was a rarity reroll. Because he was offered common special, rerolled, got epic special. Technically, he rolled for rarity.
Uh-oh. And Huli looking for her casts, finding them. And does she find Hyper Sprint? Settle for the extra dash. Burns the last roll
Get
on
there in the
that
end,
Hyper
but-
Sprint. I am not sure
Yeah.
about that.
We do get
Finds
Eurydice.
Eurydice though.
Does help.
If she doesn't miss mid shop, this is a good setup for a biome skip.
Yeah.
And there's a setup. Is it a one tile or one exit? It is not. So there's a chance that Huli could just skip the entirety of
Yeah.
Asphodel.
Ooh, there's a chaos.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah.
At what
There's
point do you
13
need boons, though?
No Mirage Shot picked up for Risk. Does get Hunter's Mark just as good. Into a Eurydice. He's skipping the end of this biome.
I think the problem is that Hunter's Mark doesn't do anything, does it? Oh, wait, he has the attack. Never mind.
Yeah, he found the attack.
We're good.
Picked up the bombs.
I'm a little bit curious about the Breaking Wave pickup.
Yeah.
The Breaking Wave pickup is a little bit questionable. Does he find Mirage anyway? He doesn't get punished at all.
He's never punished, yeah.
He doesn't get punished.
Gross. Risk 13 absolutely cheating his way through the second weapon.
Huli
First weapon
also
was
having
bad.
to pick up the special.
The second
Very
weapon-
unlucky.
Ooh!
Oh, but there's
He
another
also
end of biome
gets
fountain.
Chamber 22.
I know we've said this already, but this race is neck and neck.
Good
it
lord.
really is anyone's race at this point.
I think this will come down to Achilles. I think this will come down to if Achilles can be kind to Risk.
And I hate to say it, but you know how kind Beowulf is to Huli at this point, because
yeah,
like it or not, this run is kind of out of Huli's hands. She has no
Yeah.
rerolls, no Mirage Shot, no attack boon. So it is up to the game to give Huli the things that she needs for Beowulf.
Yeah, I do hope she comes out. It's like always. It feels bad, but it is also kind of cool from a spectator standpoint to see the vast difference in luck that can happen. But good lord, when you're the one that the game is using as the bad example, does it feel horrid?
It does not feel. It does not feel very good. It does not make me very happy inside.
In fact, it makes me cry. I'm gonna be honest.
Huli's still exiting under 4
Yeah.
minutes IGT. Pretty
Still
respectable
not bad.
time. Both racers actually leaving Asphodel before 4 minutes had passed. In game
Yeah,
time.
this is certainly a really good 3 weapons run so far for both racers. Picks up
I
the
don't know that
Magneto.
we'd see. I don't know that we'd see anyone compete with Tonus's run from earlier, but if there's anyone, these two probably
Yeah.
could.
It's like possible. I think the real thing I'm interested to see is if Risk 13 truly goes back to Achilles' roots and starts Electric Shot.
I'd be
feel like
very
you kinda
surprised
have
if he
to,
didn't,
right?
right? It's not very race safe if you start something else. I guess we'll see. And there's a Night Spindle picked up for wrist. Very nice.
You know, I would go so far as to argue that even with seeding, Nemesis isn't very race safe, but here we fucking are.
Unlucky. Huli rolling twice on that hyper sprint, not finding rush delivery second Hermes
Yeah.
is really gonna hurt. Although she does have 130% movement speed after a dash. That's slightly nice. You're
That
kinda
is
zoning.
nice.
Too bad that if only there were a boon that turned your movement speed into damage.
Yeah. If only.
If only. We could even like name a tournament series after it.
Nah, that sounds like an absolutely stupid idea. I don't think anyone
Really
should
not
ever
buying
do that.
the. So it's a little bit interesting. Oh, missing that Artemis and shop is pain. Who's been big spending. She actually has 2 pommable boons right now, which is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah.
Just
does
the
have a level
special
7
and the
Flood Flare.
cast. Level 7 Flood Flare. You know, when you have no other pommable boons, all your palms are going to go into Flood Flare. Why not?
I actually kind of like her damage potential if she can pick up Mirage Shot here, if I'm being honest. She does have the extra
Forecast.
cast.
And risk picking up Snowburst. Very, very good pickup.
That's
Into a Patty. That's a 34 Pat, but he does have one more room to play.
Yeah, Extension Chaos.
Let's go. Huli picking up
What?
Wave Pounding. Unfortunately, it's no Mirage Shot.
You ever forget? You ever take an Extension Chaos and you forget? You see a 34 Patty, you pop off and get a little confused when you have to play through an extra room.
All the time.
Glad I'm not alone. That shit happens to me way too often. The real nightmare thing with Extension Chaos 2 is it throws off my mental like mid-shot timings as well, because I just forget to add an extra 1 to the chamber room. Risk 13 saying, no thank you on menus. Hooli does get a 32 fountain, which is pretty big.
Pretty
She
big.
gets a reasonable 33, which that's
that's
Armored
that's the
Witches.
start of a reasonable
That's
33.
a reasonable 33 if I've ever seen one.
Now she just needs 34 pet and a Mirage Shot in the end shop to make this the perfect Dream Elysium.
Unarmored Bowman, not exciting. But we did get 2 more Armored Witches on the second wave, which is very nice. Which means
She's
I
having
think
a little bit of trouble hanging on to these casts here and there.
Yeah.
You know what they say? Cast management is... Oh, there's the 34
Well,
pet. Cast management is having 4 casts and none of them in the shield. All of them on the ground.
Let's see if she gets there. Nope. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
I will say, Risk 13 absolutely blasted the heroes. He has
Just
illegal
demolished.
amounts of damage.
He is kind of demolishing this Beowulf run. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit surprised not to see Hooli ban this Beowulf, knowing how much Beowulf first has played.
Yeah, I'm actually inclined to agree. I think
there is the argument that Hera is just the more consistent weapon, but good God, is this gross amounts of damage.
Yeah. And I think Rist has more Beowulf experience than Hera anyway, right?
Yeah.
Just like hours put in, it's very likely.
Although, at the very least, Hooli's not bleeding too much time here.
No, this is still an insanely close race.
One tunnel behind, Risk knocking the Giant Satyr out of the Meg. Very unfortunate. Does not matter. Nukes it anyway. Finishing off the first tunnel.
Can still point and laugh. Level 5 attack?
Level 5 Artemis attack is a donker, but yeah, Risk really further innovating on the Meg game, hitting 0 satyrs when there is only 1 satyr to hit.
Truly impressive.
Similar to his earlier work, the 0 Witch Meg. Really groundbreaking tech.
You know, I'm excited to see if he pulls out. Good lord, I just noticed the thing in the bottom left of Hooli's stream. But I'm interested to see if he could have pulled out a double no-hitter on the Megs.
Oh,
and Hooli
and then
also
Hooli
inspired
also-
by Risk
yeah.
13.
Hooli inspired, never one to let Wrist outdo her. Misses the Meg as well.
Very unfortunate. These times are still like really gross. I kind of have to feel the need to point it out once again.
Really close. I'm not sure about not checking that well. I think I maybe checked that well as Hooli.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot of good stuff you can find. You have a lot of money. Just open it up, buy everything. Why not?
Especially when you've been big spending like the whole run, right?
Yeah. Although maybe there's a Hermes in shop.
Could be. Maybe there's
Anyway, in any case, Wrist
Artemis
entering
or
the dad
something?
fight.
Who knows?
While Hooli finishes up Styx.
Second chamber coming in for Hooli. Ugh, I hate Snakestone.
Geometry, Beowulf's worst enemy. Strikes again.
There's geometry in the tile. It just has so much armor. It moves away from your cast a lot. It's truly a bastard enemy.
It is a bastard enemy. Goodbye. Do we get a snowburst? We do not. I think you honestly just take that epic frost strike and you say, okay.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree. Maybe not taking a frostbite effect altogether, because it does slow down phases, which is
It does slow down phases,
sort of
yeah.
keep in mind.
Meanwhile, Risk making very short work of this dad fight.
Yeah, this is wall and the loser misses a barrage of cans.
Who misses all of his gas.
God, could you imagine being that bad at video games?
And
As
there goes the
Risk
dad.
13 is piecing on out of the dad fight at 31 minutes, finishing up your second weapon.
31:49.
Not
That's a
mad
pretty
about that.
disgusting time. That's almost as good as Tonus's time from earlier.
Oh,
And
she
there's a
gets
Mirage
there!
shot.
She got there a Mirage
There's a Mirage
shot.
shot. Do we see a... Oh, by the Hermes!
Oh.
Oh, no.
Sad. She did have
Risk-
two.
Yeah.
She
It
did
had
have two Artemis
two-
Prints in there too. So if she didn't get
Yeah.
the Mirage shot, she did have two more chances.
It's very unlucky. Yeah. Huli doing her best Risk 13 impression, picking up side hustle last bone.
Yeah. And Risk 13 off on Achilles, first Achilles of the day.
Hitting Skelly for good luck and heading out. Looks like he's starting Zeuscast.
And for those of you younger whippersnappers to the scene, this is how this weapon used to be ran before
The dirty flurry jabbers.
the dirty flurry jabbers took over. Immediately hops into the chaos. It's always nice. Achilles in this version of Achilles is sort of a hybrid, somewhere between a cast weapon and not a cast weapon.
That is a slippery curse.
That is
sure,
a
Wrist?
slippery curse.
Wrist, are you sure?
Alright, well, Risk 13 down to one cast. And no cast.
Okay.
Gets through the room.
That's fine.
First
First
hammer.
hammer. Let's see what it's going to be.
Let's see if he picks up serrated or is just trying to high roll flurry on the second hammer. I think I like just taking the guaranteed serrated on the first hammer.
Honestly, me
it is
too.
Quite good.
Serrated still like a lot of damage, and there it is.
He does. Yep. All right. So this
Picks up
is
serrated.
more likely than not going to be a big cast showcase from Risk 13 if he gets the chance to get the other cast boons that he really needs.
Uh-oh. Where are his casts?
On the
They're
ground.
on the ground. They're on the
Slippery.
ground.
They're just too slippery.
Yeah.
He cannot pick up these casts.
Taking health. Yeah, it's a rated point. He's going to need it.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, knowing that there's a very real chance I get rated point first, I think I take thick skin.
Fair enough.
I don't know if I like that.
Taking the heart over the Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a decision.
Aphrodite attack is quite good, and it opens up forcing Title Dash into Asphodel.
True. I guess the hope is that you just see one of Poseidon or Artemis, and he doesn't want to fill up his god pool to see before he sees one of those two.
Yeah, and I mean, we've already seen that he's not one to get punished, so, you know. Yep, there he goes. Just not getting punished.
There it is. Title Dash. And
Yep,
there's the
no.
Artemis.
Why do I speak?
Okay. Very
Why
nice.
do I talk? Yeah, no. Like, I don't... Anyway, Huli starting off doesn't get Vareemed, so it looks like we managed to make out throughout this whole first day without a single person getting Vareemed. Let's fucking go.
Wrist, thinking about taking that Poseidon, decides he needs at least one palm in this level 1 common electric shot. Can't say I disagree. Electric shot making quick work of these Tartarus rooms, as it does.
Oh, yeah. He's got Mirage Shot open, too, which actually makes Electric Shot, like, good into Elysium, which is kind of insane.
Fully rolling on that chaos. Does she find anything? She does not. Natural Artemis, though. Talking to Nyx on her way out. Why not?
Saying what's up. You know, gotta do what you gotta do.
And Huli, the people's champ, putting stickers up for her friends.
You know, I'm gonna have to ask production on this, but is it too late to ban Risk 13 from the event? I think it's the question I'm really asking myself right about now. Picks up Flurry Cast, was offered quick reload as well.
And Huli picking up Heart Rend, meanwhile.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good setup.
Absolutely. Especially Heart Rend this early will help to really just obliterate the Furies, I feel.
Being obliterating Furies, we're seeing some of the work that Serrated Point can do. It's no Flurry Jab, but holy crap, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very fast Achilles run, or Achilles Tartarus for Risk 13.
Especially when you're just, you know, not punished.
True.
We're seeing Huli's still not too far behind. Chamber 8.
This
there's
looks like a
always a
Mirage
chance.
shot force. Hey, there's a Snowburst.
There could
So
be a
Huli
Snowbird
has
thing.
probably the best natural god pool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Short of a Poseidon, but, you know, that's what keepsakes are for.
Yeah. Making quick work of the numbskull room thanks to the AoE on Crush Shot. Very nice. Will we see a
Rolling over Rev Will.
Snowburst on Hera? We
And
do see a Snowburst on Hera today.
Good for Huli.
Let's fucking go, Huli. There's 13 with Drunken Special. You'll love to see it. Very terrible special.
If I know Wrist at all, that special is only there for exclusive access.
It's there for exclusive access and probably to fill the pool, if I had to guess.
Probably to fill the pool, yeah.
Also, I want to point out that Huli isn't running Olympian Favor yet. She got rare Snowburst. I don't know.
Yeah, she got a rare Snowburst. Incredible.
I don't
It's
know how
almost
she
like
managed
Olympian
to do
favor.
that.
Doesn't really matter. Ruling over Lightning. Wrist finally getting punished for his greed on all these core boons. Does not find Mirage Shot, instead finding Lightning Rod and Splitting Headache.
Alright.
And there's Splitting Headache again, rolls, finds Splitting Headache again, decides to take it. Oh my lord. That is Splitting Headache offered 3 times in 2 rooms for those of you keeping track at home.
Good lord.
Does he hit it? I don't think he hit it. He did not hit it.
Doesn't feel like he hit it. That was a full armored skull smasher there.
That was a lot of armor there. Getting exclusive access, not too bad. I think he should gamble here.
That's a lot of boons to
I think he
gamble
should
on,
gamble.
though. Yeah, just take the bombs.
The gamble is so cool, though. So
it is. It is cool, but
some fun exclusive access tech for y'all. If you gamble with exclusive access, all your boons are automatically upgraded from common to epic.
Yeah, but he has a level 3 electric shot. I think he really
does have a level 3 electric shot. True enough.
Also has Tidal Dash, which you'd really want the palms on. Yeah, there we go. That was electric shot, like almost a reasonable level.
Risk taking shot with 40 gold is a choice.
Yeah, can't afford.
That's a serrated point moment. Move all the way across the shop with your long stick, and then throw yourself into the lava.
You know, gotta be honest. Don't know if I could still play Hades if I was this bad at video games. And here we see Serrated Point putting in the work, and the potency of Serrated Point and Electric Shot as well, especially on like the Lerny fight, where you can just Serrated Point Lerny down, and then you get to have Electric Shot for all of the heads. It's definitely really nice.
Yeah.
He also has an attack jerky to go with his
and flurry cast. Holy lord, look at those casts go.
Look at all of the value he's getting from his Dio special and Splitting Headache. Wowie. It's impossible to quantify just how valuable it is. Huli picking up a Hermes.
She rolled this. She does. Finds a quick reload. Why not?
Quick reload's good to see.
Throws herself into the chaos. Why not?
A little owned.
A little owned.
When it comes to these Hermeses.
Oh,
take it. Take it.
Shrouded. Thinks better of it.
I take it every time.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Hermeses. As Risk 13 is making his way through Elysium.
Holy lord, Risk has built up quite the lead with this Achilles run.
Yeah. This is sort of the example of what happens when Achilles goes right. There's a very real chance that this never happens and it goes very wrong. But in this case, it's gone quite right.
We didn't find Flurry Jab, we only found the next best thing. Discount Flurry Jab, why not?
Goes to the Hermes. He may be able to get quick reload here to really round out his cast stonks.
Even something like a hyper sprint just really helps with serrated point movement.
Hyper sprint helps out a ton. Plus dashes is actually kind of a bait on serrated point.
Doesn't really do anything. But
oh my god. What?
Oh my.
Oh, he's just looking for the quick reload, I guess.
He's looking for an epic quick reload. Can't blame him. Finds hyper sprint instead. Not too bad.
Roll. Even though he's Mr. Anti-rolling. There he is, rolling on a boon. Curious. And
very good for Risk. All these armored enemies.
Gets killing freeze.
Not sure about buying that. Oh, finding Flurry Jab. Taking it. He took the bait. So, for those of you who aren't aware, Flurry Jab and Serrated Point kind of mix in a weird way. When you do your Serrated Points, the game forces you to do another Flurry Jab after it, and the strength of Flurry Jab is that you can cancel your dashes into your attacks and vice versa. You can't really do that if you have Serrated Point.
Achilles is an interesting weapon, where, unlike pretty much every other weapon in the game, your two best hammers actually don't interact well with each other at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a
And so-
very either or rather than
I
both.
have to assume that Wrist is hoping for an anvil, like the greedy man he is.
Probably. And I hate him for it.
Anyway,
There's
making
the
quick
very
work of this, Asterius mini boss while Huli is finishing off. Lerny.
Yeah, Huli also didn't get to use her Poseidon keepsake there.
Very
She
unfortunate.
Still has a charge, which I guess there is an argued value of having the charge. There's Mirage Shot for Wrist. I hate him. There's the potential value of having the charge going into Elysium, I guess, as a sort of cope-filled compensation.
I think the problem is my main concern is, you're Huli, you have a 4-god pool already, you need to get Poseidon in that pool somewhere in Asphodel, right?
Yeah.
So this is a little bit concerning.
Definitely unfortunate. Huli definitely kind of getting Hera-bowed on a little bit. Her
Kinda
build
getting
isn't
owned by
bad
Hera.
by any stretch, but it's not.
It's one of those
fully
Hera
put
runs
together.
where you need like one or two things to go right for you to have like all the damage, and those one or two things have kind of eluded us.
Yeah.
And
And
a
Wrist
special
13
hammer over explosive shot. Explosive shot isn't the worst.
Wrist
and
13
Wrist,
skip
meanwhile,
Chamber 34.
Skipping Chamber 34 and heading into Heroes.
No.
I would say this
Lord.
is close to unlosable for Wrist.
He may find a way.
Wrist is he's an innovator. So if there's anyone who can lose this match, it's Wrist.
Yeah, that is true. Huli does get her Poseidon finally. It's a bit late. Does get the splash dash though. Hits up
Hopefully
the
she can
reach out.
find some duos.
There
At
is
least
potential that
blow
Mirage
some
is
things
here.
up.
There's the potential. It's the roll. Ooh,
Mirage
we
shot.
get there.
There it
That's
is.
good. That's good. That helps out a ton. I will say the big downside to Huli right now though is just a very severe lack of palms.
Very severe lack of palms. Which Sweet Nectar would have helped with, but oh god, you don't pass up the Mirage Shot. You do not.
No. You really can't. And Riz 13 posed to beat his qualifying time again. I think we've got another
Yeah, yet
batch of
again.
files that we need inspected. What are the odds? It's got to
Oh,
be
God.
1 in like 15 trillion, right?
I gotta say, I love killing freeze as a boon. Unfortunately, it does make that boss phasing so much slower, and you just feel it so much as Asterius is walking out the door.
I can't believe Amir made it so that we can give Asterius a Chaos Curse. Why does it slow him down when he's walking away in cutscene, man? It's so cursed.
Oh god, with Flurry Cast too. Those casts are
Yeah.
zooming.
Yeah, no.
And
it's-
if I were Wrist, I'd just be saving money. An Anvil
Yeah.
or a Hermes is fantastic here.
There's a gold plot. Let's see if he catches it. Or if he's stupid. It's probably the latter. Yeah, he's just dancing around it. Does he dash into it and then dash up? Or does he just Achilles special up? Ooh, missed a gold pot. That's going to come back to bite him, I think. No, he's got a gold reward. He can, like, always buy that anvil then.
We see that the gamer Anvil, where you get rid of serrated point and end with just flurry jab.
Get flurry jab and, like, extended jab or something.
Yeah, could be nice.
Can you get a spin hammer from an anvil if you have flurry jab?
No.
Nah,
No, that doesn't make any sense.
that'd
Does
be
it?
funny.
That would be funny.
Well, I don't know if anvil follows the same logic as normal hammer.
As a hammer?
offering.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't think so, though. I feel like we would
I'd
have seen
imagine it
by now.
does. Yeah. It would be very funny if it didn't, though. Bit of a rough
Someone ping
34.
Seagull. We need Seagull on the case.
We need Seagull to run the simulations.
Bit of a rough 33 for Huli, heading into a 34.
Yeah, good lord.
Unlucky.
Ooh, unarmored bowman in 34. I think that was almost an instinct reset that we saw.
Yeah. But Huli
Honestly.
having the strength to finish this one out. Very respectable.
Very respectable. And she had it close for a very long time.
Did it close for a very long time. Unfortunately, just Haribo did Haribo things.
Yeah. The Beowulf run wasn't great either compared to Wrist, but the Hera was the real nail in the coffin. Wrist opting for health over the gold, but he's still able to afford the anvil. Let's see if he goes for it. Achilles is the fast weapon. He's going for it. He does it. And
Lost Flurry Dab and got a spin
Lost
hammer.
Flurry Dab. Lol.
Preaching
Lol.
massive spin.
Lol.
Why not?
Lol. Everyone in chat, do me a favor, point and laugh. Hit him with the lols.
all lulls in chat.
All lowercase too.
There we go.
There we go. Let's fucking go, chat.
What I love is that Wrist watches all of these back.
Oh, absolutely. No question. And there goes the heroes down for Huli. She's gonna keep it reasonably close, you know. Not a biome difference. But unfortunately, Risk 13 is entering the second phase or finishing the first phase of Dead. About to enter
The
last
terrorists have
phase.
won.
A
This is a
terrorist
game of
won on this
punishment.
day. One of them was
Yeah.
stopped, I will say.
Oh.
I hope that went through
Okay.
on stream too. I hope that wasn't just for us, because that was very funny.
I think that was just for us. Oh well. Moving on.
Anyway.
Hades, first phase done. And now this is setting up a pretty nice matchup for tomorrow, actually. With Risk 13 versus Tonus.
There will finally be an end put to Risk 13's reign. I am interested to see if we'll get the predicted Tonus and Anke finals or not.
Yeah, I would be interested to see.
I think it's not only interesting to see if we get it, but if we don't, it'll be more interesting to see who the other finalist is and which one of them doesn't make it. Or if neither of them make it for the real sauce. I think neither of
And
them
Risk-
making it is the funniest timeline.
Risk finishing off Hades just south of 50 minutes. Not too bad.
It needs to be said.
Did I do
hate
it?
Risk 13.
I
No,
make it?
you're DQ'd. Sorry.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to send your game files on over for some inspecting.
Oh no, I was hoping you wouldn't ask that. Oh, hold. Can you give me like an hour to send
Nope,
them?
right now.
Oh, right
Close
now.
the game. Send them,
right now.
send them to Museus.
Okay, I'll send it to you in a PDF.
The longer it takes for you to send it over, for every minute it takes for you to send it over, an hour gets added to your final time.
Oh,
we
no.
actually prefer a JPEG.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
maybe in GIF format, make it spicy.
Yeah. Is it okay if I include like a head padding thing to
No,
like just make it extra? Oh, okay.
no, you're not allowed to
I-
have any fun with it.
Well, I know Kid is really good at making them. Like I was gonna like
Yeah, no,
ask her.
but
to-
you're not allowed to have any fun with it. Is the problem?
Oh, okay. I'm not have any fun.
Nope.
Yeah,
No
if
fun.
you have any amount of fun, we're adding an hour to your time.
An hour.
An hour.
That puts me an hour behind Huli.
That puts you an hour behind every racer today.
Oh.
I will say, in all honesty, seeing another sub 50 come out is kind of nuts.
That's pretty
Woo!
insane.
Still got it. Not as washed as you said I was.
Well,
Now I get the opportunity to lose to Tunis or Ananka.
it'll be Tunis, I'm pretty sure, with the way the bracket
I
works
believe
out.
it's Thomas.
And almost an hour behind JDN. Yeah. True. Around 50
Aw.
minutes.
Poor JDN. We love you, JDN.
It's true.
Huli,
I did
enter the
wear a
Hades fight.
large game file sized coat, so just ignore that fact.
Wait, how is a coat a game file size?
I don't know. Someone said Risk shoving game files into his coat. Just put it in this pocket and this pocket. Huli, your cast over
This
there.
is just a very, very unfortunate error run.
Yeah.
where like
Not-
everything goes kind of right, and then it's just like not enough.
It's like right enough, but like you didn't get the palms right. Like
You have
there's
like a
that
snowbird.
one or
You have
two.
like a
Yeah,
mirage.
you've got like the one or two aspects that were just missing, and it turns out to be like
Yeah.
super detrimental.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'll get a good Hades fight with Achilles.
I will say, props to you for bringing Achilles.
All
Only
right,
one.
bold gamer move.
I didn't
We will
expect it
look
to work
at.
out
We
as
will
well.
kindly look past the fact that it was your slowest weapon.
No. But the build was nice.
I mean,
gotta
slowest
say.
weapon. My times were very fast, so
Please pat yourself on the back more.
I'm just saying, like, saying they're
In
my
all-
slowest
yeah, no, no,
weapon
no.
isn't exactly like
No,
saying
in all
much, considering how
seriousness.
fast my other weapons were.
all right, Rich.
All right, buddy.
In all seriousness, congratulations.
Thank you.
So how about all of those missed zero cycle power couple megs?
I just wanted to show off.
How about that missed
How,
Satyr meg?
I'll eat that one. I'll eat the missed satyr. I am staring at it. Okay, listen. What went through my head in that satyr room was, satyr. 3 megs. Forest 404 not found. Oh, I have to press the meg button, and then I didn't move forward. So that's what happened.
Done. And with that, Hooli is finished up. Hooli, how you feeling?
I had a really good start at Nem. That was like the best Nem luck I had all day, and then it kind of went to shit in Hera, but like, yeah,
The Hera run was a little unfortunate. I will say that
Yeah.
Nemesis race was probably the
That was
closest
sick.
single weapon race
That was
that we played
so
today.
sick.
I was
Did we
looking
go-
at chat.
both go
though,
for
the
Splend?
fucking... No, I went.
Yeah,
I went.
no. It,
Oh,
like
I'm a hard
you
rank,
guys, you guys both went different builds and got everything.
Yep.
oh yeah. I
Christ.
got crazy luck.
Wait. I remember. I saw. I was looking at chat, right, and I saw Beowulf, right, the Beowulf run. You got rush delivery in Tartarus or something along
Yes,
those
he
lines.
did.
Yes.
Holy
the
shit.
extension chaos.
There's
for
the chaos.
Russian.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
hmm
That'll
It was
do it.
like-
Holy shit.
Yeah, no, it was stupid.
Some gamer moves.
People get mad when I get lucky, but listen, you have to make you have to make the room for the luck, okay? Like you have to take those opportunities. You have to open them up.
Like
You know,
getting
take
splitting
the
headache
chaos.
offer 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that was great. That was worth
See,
at least
it's
3%
good
crit
because-
sometimes.
It's good because if you throw your spear at an enemy and then rush to it, you get 2 stacks of drunk on them.
Yeah. Kind of good. Please tell me you
No.
guys saw the Stygian shard strats.
No.
No? Beowulf? Okay, never mind.
Wow. I was doing the Stygian shard too on the
hell
minute
yeah.
per fight. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
where
kinda
you
worked
literally
out.
bait him into the. Mhm.
Yeah.
Where you bait him into the tower and he just does 1,000 damage to himself.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Feels good. Feels good.
Unique HD2 strats.
You know, verse 13, I do have to ask the question, how
Mhm.
are you able to make so much room for so much luck with an ego this big?
Well, you see, my ego is like a balloon. You know, it's large and wide, but there's a lot of space inside it.
Just like your head.
Well,
Right.
good
No,
thing.
my head is filled with brain.
I
Good
see.
thing is that thankfully tomorrow we will likely see that balloon popped.
All smooth brain
As I
because
said,
it is
I look
more
forward to
aerodynamic.
losing to. I look forward to losing to. Wait, do I play Seagull? No, I don't play Seagull, right? I
No,
play
you
Ananka or
saved on
Tunis.
Pretty sure
Oh,
it's
yeah,
the
okay.
same.
All right.
So that actually sets up the rematch for Ananke and Seagull.
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh.
Very nice.
The classic Ananke Seagull semifinals.
All right.
Very classic. Yeah, I will say this much. When I was talking to Dunk about this, he was like, "Oh, there's no way you're beating Hooli."
That's what everyone said.
He's gonna have to
That's what
find
everyone's
it.
been saying, and I was like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna have to. I can't blow this." And
The
I
world
did. It's
collectively jinxed it.
fine. Yeah. It happens.
That's what common sense says. Yeah,
Truly, if it's any consolation, you only lost because Risk gets more powerful the more people say things in his chat.
Yeah,
That's true.
The more people shit talk him, the luckier he gets. It's kind of gross.
For each
It
shit
is really
talk, I
gross.
gain 1 bicep.
You're just real bumpy there, aren't you?
It's really hard to turn my head.
It's like fucking Popeye.
The more shit that gets talked, the more his femurs ripple.
Oh yeah, that's
That's an image, yeah.
Okay, well, good stuff to both of you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
absolutely.
Risk.
Well done.
Yeah, that's real fun.
thank you.
Any closing
see you, Ben.
shout outs?
Huli, you go first.
Yeah, shout out to all my friends in chat. Some people might have noticed that like there's an influx of people saying my name. I was like, yeah, hi. This is my first time joining any sort of fucking tournament, so it's real nice to have friends supportive. And even though most of them don't really play Hades, but hi, thanks for being here.
Hell yeah.
There you
And
go.
even for a first performance, honestly, a really solid showing. It was
Thanks.
definitely a close race.
And you have anything to plug? Any Twitch, any YouTube, anything like that?
Just follow me on Twitch /HHHuli. The one with the 1H was taken. That's about it.
Yeah, don't look at the production screen that says Huli with 1H. Add 1H to the front of that.
Exactly.
There we go.
Bingo.
And Risk, how about you? Any shout outs? Any
Yeah, shout outs to all the doubters who thought that I couldn't still take a W.
Why did we give him a platform?
Everyone's like, oh, wash it.
Timbo cuts
Listen,
good.
I woke up one morning and I was like, I'm going to qualify for HD2. And I did in 3 hours.
All right, who can we
5th
rate?
place. But yeah, also shout out to Huli for being awesome. She rated me a couple times after practice sessions. Really cool. And you can catch me on Twitch. My name on the screen is actually correct. It is Riz13. So you can follow me there if you want some epic gaming. I like the head pat emote, by the way. Shouts to Kit. Was it Kit or Kenora? It was
It's
one of them.
Kenora. Yeah, shout out to Kenora. I forgot to shout out Kenora. Yeah.
Shout out to
Sorry
Kenora
for stealing
for making
this.
the head pat.
There we go.
They should probably be asleep right now. They're probably asleep, but shout out to them.
I hope they are. Nice.
Sounds good.
Rating. Thanks, y'all. Tune in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For no Riz 13 on commentary. God bless. Also, check out Blood and Talkness on YouTube and Spotify. I don't know if I got it in.
I don't think we got it in. It's fine.